So we're just going to dive right into
Yeah,
Frankenstein.
go for
Is
it.
that cool with you?
Come on, please.
Okay, no pleasantries.
No, please don't. Forget them.
So Frankenstein, you've called this the most demanding role of your career.
Yeah. I think just by the nature of the size of the movie and the kind of the undertaking of the prosthetics, and also just the size of Guillermo's vision, and you know, that's a big movie. They don't really make movies like this anymore, you know.
That makes total sense. Let's talk about the prosthetics a little bit.
Yeah.
How long were you in makeup for the full prosthetics?
I mean, it would depend. When he was freshly minted and newborn, you know, head to toe sort of sculpture, it was 10 or 11 hours, depending on, you know, how much we were moving or whatnot. And then when he's in his coat, and you can sort of just see this section of his body, it's about 5 to 6 hours.
Only 5 to 6 hours.
Yeah, which was a treat. That was like, okay, thank God, it's a short day.
Guillermo said that he wanted you to push past your breaking point.
Did
Do you
he?
feel? Yeah. Do you feel like you did?
No, I remember at one point, there became a point in filming where I would just stare at him, because I was pretty non-verbal the whole time we were filming, and Guillermo and I were the only, we would stay on set the whole time. So if there was a lunch break or something, the pair of us would be on set, and I would just stare at him. And he looked back at me one time and he's like, I'll let you know when you can break. And it was like a pat on the back, you know. I knew that I was submitting myself to him and I could trust him, and he did. And it was when the film was over, you know. But it was a great thing to hear, I guess.
Does that mean that you were in the creature's mindset, in character, that whole time?
Well, for me, when I'm shooting a movie, I feel like it can get, this whole sort of idea of method and the conversation around it, I think, is so skewed and butchered, because if you're making a film, for me, the way that I create, your 24 hours of your day is about the film. Everything you do is about the film. You eat for the film, you sleep for the film, you talk about the film, you dream about the film, you take in media that has to do with the film, or music or art. For me, filmmaking and acting is an all-consuming process. You know, you can't like moonlight in the movie, you know.
So you don't turn it on and off. When you were in Frankenstein, you were in Frankenstein.
No, yeah, you don't turn it off, and nor would I want to, because you have 6 months to play with one of the greatest artists of the last century. 6 months to play Frankenstein's creature, 6 months to be around castles and fire and monsters and beauty and pain and all these things. I mean, that's the world that I want to live in. You know, that to me is it's much more exciting than sitting in traffic and, you know, having to fill your car up and kind of thing.
Those mundane things.
Yeah, which are also beautiful in their own way, you know.
Were there times that you would stop and say, oh my goodness, that's Guillermo del Toro? Like, I'm here working with him.
Yeah. I mean, every day when I came to set, no matter how sort of exhausting or rigorous the process of the makeup was, when you'd come through the doors of the studio and he'd be sitting there sketching something in a notepad, and he'd look up at you and he'd say, my friend. And then you'd just get this rush of energy because you realize you were playing with the greats, you know.
That's really cool. You got the part after another actor dropped out.
Yeah.
Was it a good thing to not have a lot of time to mull it over?
I mean, it's the only reality that I know, is the sort of the brief one. But I think in hindsight, I suppose it was probably helpful that I didn't have. I mean, because I got the call to play the part. They were 9 weeks out from production, and I still had 5 weeks to go on a limited series in Australia. So then I had about 4 weeks to get ready. So the process was really active and all-consuming, and if it didn't work, I had to throw it away, or I had to sort of leave a lot of question marks on the screenplay. Whereas if I'd had a year, because the thing I'd done before, I'd had a year to prep it. If I'd had a year on Frankenstein, I'm sure I would have, you know, gone too far down a path that didn't make any sense, or get stuck on some kind of physicality that didn't feel organic or real or human, or I would have tried to do something or attempted to sort of force something into the movie. which would have been futile because Guillermo said early on to us, you know, you were born to play this part. This part is made for you, and the movie is going to tell us what it wants and doesn't want. And he said that at the start of the film, which made absolutely no sense at all, because, you know, you're like, okay, I understand that, but I really also want to, you know, I want to do something here, and I want to serve you. But he was right. The film spat out what it didn't need, and it took what worked, and it was all sort of organic, and the movie was in conversation with itself, you know, as it was happening. So the 4 weeks was perfect, I think, to be able to sort of just run toward the edge and just leap off of it and throw yourself into the abyss. You know, if I had more time, I might have stopped and had a look down and seen how far the fall was, you know.
Instead, you could just leap.
Yeah, you could just jump, you know.
It looks from the outside like you had this trajectory that just went. But for you, were there times when you thought maybe this career isn't for me?
Never. No, never. I've been on a single track seriously since 15 years old, 365 days a year, however many hours I'm awake in the day, the hours I'm asleep, my brain has been consumed by acting and movies and actors and storytelling and drama, and I'm sort of entirely consumed by the craft of acting and the business that is the movies, and it hasn't waned yet, which I'm really, really happy about.
Did you have to struggle a little bit in the beginning?
I mean, it's relative. You know, when I look back at it now, a few weeks ago, it was the 8-year anniversary from my first film coming out in Australia, which I played a bit part in. And 8 years is not a very long time to be sort of sitting here talking to you in Los Angeles. But at the time, as it was happening, when I finished my first films, the Kissing Booth movies, and I moved from Australia. I was in drama school, and then I had to leave when I booked the Kissing Booth film, and I flew to South Africa, shot those movies, and then with those bags I moved to LA. And
Straight from South Africa to LA?
Yeah, from the set, and I'm still on the same bags essentially. I never went back home again, so I was 18 or 19 at the time. And at that time, when I first moved to LA and it was pilot season, and we were all sleeping on couches and doing that whole thing, there was agonizing years, it felt like, of wondering if you were going to be able to, if it was going to happen, or your visa's running out, your money's running out, all those kind of things, which are difficult. But in hindsight, I think it would be a bit remiss of me to say that I had a difficult path. Obviously, relatively, everyone's journey is their own thing, and you see it in your own way. But if I just look at the time that it's taken, it is. I've been incredibly blessed to be in the place I'm in now, making the movies that I'm making.
Yeah, 8 years is not a super long time.
It's not. No, not in the scheme of things.
When Nate came along, when Euphoria came along, did you struggle at all with this kind of unlikable character?
No, he wasn't unlikable to me, really. It was a job. First of all, I was like, I'm about to make a TV series for HBO, which isn't just television, and it was partnered with A24, which at the time was like, still exploding, but like it was fresh exploding. Like that was where cinema was being made in that time period, and it was just so exciting to be given the antagonist in this piece, and and to be trusted with it, and he grew and developed so much. The scenes that I auditioned with were quite this generic jock type kind of guy, and as Sam and I met, it felt like he kind of expanded and became this really interesting, complex human being. And we get to see all the abuse that he's endured in his life. You get to see what made the apple go bad, and I think that as an actor that's sort of what you look for in a character. You look for those redeeming elements to show like why somebody is horrible or why somebody is cruel. We're not as base as our actions. there's always a story behind everything. So Nate for me was also my first kind of invitation into a project that had a multi-layered character and characters that people had thought about, and teenagers that, you know, these teenage characters that had been given respect, and they weren't just completely sexualized. They were given thoughts and feelings and that. So it felt like a really special thing to be a part of.
Makes sense. Complexity.
Yeah.
What's it like coming back to Nate after doing other projects?
It was so much fun. You know, because you have this 5 or 6 year gap that you have to consider and think about his life. But for me, I kind of took a similar ethos to how I was shooting Frankenstein. I promised myself I wouldn't think about it too much, and I would just sort of lay myself at Sam Levinson's feet and just sort of do what he asked. And I think we ended up finding something that was exciting and different, because the idea of playing the same thing over and over again as a television trope, you know, it kind of feels like dying a little bit. So hopefully it's exciting. I'm nervous to talk about it because I haven't seen it.
I totally get it. Yeah, you also don't want to give away too much. I get that.
I couldn't give anything away if I tried. It's like, you know, it's a secret society over there.
Are you the same way with him as you were with Frankenstein, that you dive fully in to Nate?
Yeah. When I mean the first 2 seasons, that was my. You know, nothing existed except shooting Euphoria and playing Nate. So, but even the kissing booth is the same way. I remember fighting arguing with the studio or the director because I had the paperback of the kissing booth, and I had highlighted all the times. I was like, he's smoking a cigarette. I said, why do I not have a cigarette? I said, well, we can't have cigarettes for the young audience. And I was like, right, but he's smoking a cigarette. The character smokes a cigarette, and I remember fighting over this cigarette like it was like his absolute truth, you know. So I've had the same sort of process my whole life. It's all-consuming, and you know.
And you really want to be you dive in.
Yeah, to the extent that you can be, or if that's just like some state that you convince yourself of, I'm not sure. But yeah, partly because of nerves, like I have to believe myself before before the audience does. So to even get to set and stand in front of, you know, a 400 people crew and in this little costume and, you know, put a voice on, I have to really, really believe it. So that requires like a lot of time with myself, you know, beforehand, and sort of trying to live in the character. And then there's just the enjoyment element of it, you know, being able to get lost in something, being able to go searching with a character, you know, finding out about yourself through a character, finding out about the world. And at the very least, it'll lead you to like a whole sort of subsection of literature that you didn't know about before you started the research process. You know, there's so much to be taken from it. I've been thinking a lot recently about magpies, you know, the birds, and bowerbirds, and that's what I like in the process too. It's like you're building this brand new nest, and you're kind of just flying around the place, picking up the shiny things, picking up food, you know, picking up string, and then you take it all back to your nest, and you sort of make a pretty little thing that you like, you know, and then I guess you give it to the world, you know.
That's a great visual analogy too.
Yeah, picture a magpie when you think of me acting.
Picture magpie when you think of Jacob
May I just have a
Elordi.
sip of it?
Of course.
Thank you.
So you talked about learning about yourself. What did you learn about yourself with Frankenstein? Or discover about yourself, I think is the word you use. What did you discover about yourself with Frankenstein?
For me, less discovery and more, it felt like I was liberating something. It felt like taking something out that was wedged in my rib or something like that. I felt like at the end of the film I could stand taller, and I was more confident in the way that I spoke about my work and what I want from the work. But I think that's mostly less to do with playing the character and more to do with working with Guillermo del Toro. You hear these stories about him, but he is an endless well of divine inspiration. I mean, everything that he says, everything that comes out of his mouth is considered and with care. for people and for art and for beauty and for emotion, and he's definitely made me. He's sort of. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. But yeah, I just got inspired playing it, I suppose. I don't know. But self-discovery, I don't know.
No, that was explained pretty well, that something came out of you. So you have done several characters that loom large in people's minds. In real life, in Priscilla, you played Elvis.
I forgot about that.
You forgot about that?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
How'd you find your way into, and I know process is hard for you, so I'm trying to ask it in a way, but
I'm warming up.
Was there something that was super difficult to master that you felt like you had to work on?
I think playing Elvis Presley was the hardest thing I've ever had to do on screen. Just in terms of a few things. The first thing being, it was Sofia Coppola. So in terms of people that you revere as a cinema lover and someone who loves movies, she's right at the, she's not even at the top of the list, she's like at the top of her own list, off to the side. You know, she's entirely one of a kind. So for me, having spent so many years barking on about how I wanted to work with filmmakers and how I wanted to make movies that mattered and I wanted to be a part of cinema, you know, I felt like I was knocking on the door of Hollywood, like, please take me seriously. And then they finally, they answered and gave it to me, and I was like, oh no, Sofia Coppola. And she wants me to play Elvis Presley. Okay, goodness gracious, it couldn't just be like a guy, you know, that the heroine loves or something. Like, I would have loved to just play the guy. But no, it had to be, you know, it had to be Elvis Presley. And it was the same kind of thing. It was just run towards the cliff edge and jump off. And I thought to myself, if I fall, I'll fall in the greatest white jumpsuit, you know, that the world has ever seen. I'll fall as, you know, Elvis Presley, and I'll fall at the feet of Sofia Coppola, which is not a bad place to end up. So everything about that was challenging, the physicality, the musicality, because I don't have a musical bone in my body. You know, trying to portray the spirit of Elvis without looking like you're doing a Vegas caricature, all these things. And I remember emailing Sophia, and I said, you know, I think I'm going to need some prosthetics on my nose, I'm going to need this on my lips. And then she's like, no, I think you'll be fine, was all she said back. She's like, I think you're going to be fine. And I remember I was like, I can't really argue with that. And then, yeah, never heard from her until we started shooting again and came out for the camera tests, and she was like, wow. She's like, it's really like Elvis. And somehow, through, I think like, you know, sheer determination and will, I came out with something that I felt was believable and authentic to the spirit of Elvis Presley, and then luckily people enjoyed the film, and so that was nice, but it was a big sort of departure from myself, I think.
And it kind of a be careful what you wish for, because boom.
Yeah.
But you pulled it off.
Hopefully, yeah.
No prosthetics needed.
No prosthetics.
And then you went all in on the prosthetics.
And then we went the whole way with the prosthetics. Yeah, but again, like, I can work as hard as I want in my attic, you know. I can do as much work as I want. I can do as many voices. I can internalize it and make it real. But none of it's real without the filmmakers that I work with. And I think that's the biggest part about, you know, the biggest thing for me that's helped get these sort of intense characters, or, you know, believable characters across the line. It's the frames that they occupy. It's the score that runs behind them. It's the, you know, the intricately detailed costumes. You know, there's so many people's work transports the character that I sort of generate into reality, I think. And you get that when you work with, like, truly phenomenal filmmakers, you know.
Yeah, it's so true. There's so many people working together. You know, people say it's like a miracle when it all comes together.
Yeah, because it's a totally collaborative effort to put these things on screens and to have them, you know, to create worlds that don't exist anymore, particularly, you know, be it that era Graceland or, you know, or Frankenstein, or, Wuthering Heights as well, you know.
Let's talk Wuthering Heights.
Mm-hmm.
Frankenstein looms large in literary minds.
Yeah.
The creature, I should say, as does Heathcliff. Were you apprehensive about taking on that role that so many people know and love?
No, not at all. I was so excited. Emerald Fennell, who I'd worked with on Saltburn, she just texted me one day, maybe 2 years ago now, I'm not sure, and she just said, do you want to play Heathcliff? And I said, yeah.
That was it.
And then 2 weeks later, there was a screenplay in my mail, and then I was playing Heathcliff. But no, I wasn't really nervous or worried, because to be completely honest with you, knowing Emerald very well, I knew how much this particular book meant to her. So for me, it was just an honor to be able to be a part of her vision for the movie that she had in mind.
And how does it work with you? Can you leave a character behind? Like, were you able to leave the creature behind to become Heathcliff, or does some of that stay with you?
I think, you know, I took the helpful parts from the creature and put them into Heathcliff, but that's the same with anything. I think it's like all life experience. You can't really choose what you take and don't take sometimes, you know. So things linger, some things lag, some things you leave behind. Some things might come out in 5 years from now, I'm not sure. But the lucky thing for me was just research-wise. The creature learns how to speak from David Bradley, who's a Yorkshire man from Northern England. And so the edges of his accent in Frankenstein, when he first starts talking, before he has more encounters with Victor, who has an RP accent, which is a heightened English accent. His early accent is closer to Northern than sort of regular English, and Heathcliff's accent is exclusively Yorkshire. So I'd kind of already started rounding my mouth playing the creature to get the voice for Heathcliff. And then I guess there's just this, in both texts, they're kind of both Byronic anti-heroes. Heathcliff is particularly an anti-hero, but either way, both of them are deeply romantic, Gothic characters. So a lot of the stimulus, a lot of the art, a lot of the music and composers I was listening to and things like that, they informed the creature. That did inform the creature, also informed the world of Heathcliff and Wuthering Heights as a whole.
That's cool. That there's a parallel there. I'm not
For
sure
sure.
that people would normally draw that between Frankenstein's creature.
No, but
and
my
Heathcliff.
hope is that both films coming out so soon to each other, they do sort of work as a companion piece, because even in terms of tactile, real-life filmmaking, limited CGI, real hand-built sets, woven fabric costumes, real handmade cinema. Both of these films are that, and you can see the through line in both of them as a double feature. So hopefully it gives people something, sumptuous and real to watch.
So you were with your mom when you heard that you got nominated for an Oscar.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
I mean, it was particularly beautiful because this is very dramatic, but I remember, and any actor that says they haven't done this is a liar, but you would practice your Academy Awards speech when you were young, formulating the dream. And I remember being 15 or 16 doing it. And I remember I would tear up because I thought, Mum's not going to get to see this. And the day that I got nominated, Mum was with me. And I realized, Mum's going to get to see all of this. She's going to get to see all the spoils of her work, all the time and love that she invested. We get to share it now. So that's really exciting. And so being with her was the culmination of a lifelong dream. It was the result of that. So we were giddy all day. We were kind of in a fugue state, just sort of bumping into the coffee table, walking around, not sure what to do with ourselves.
That's wonderful. And
was
she
so
actually
exciting.
kind of told you, right? She came in with the phone?
She did, yeah. I had managed to put it out of my mind, and I was asleep. And she wasn't. She had set her alarms and everything like that. And then she had I think my agent called her, and she came running up the stairs and burst into my bedroom and told me that I'd been nominated, which was the best way to find out.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Do you remember that speech that you made up when you were 15 years old?
You know, it's so funny because the one I made up at 15 in my head was so good and it was so authentic and it was from the heart. And now if I even begin to think of anything like that, all I can hear is cheers. You know, so hopefully I can, think of it.
Are you allowing yourself to think about Oscar night at all?
No, because I just feel like I'm already living in a dream. You know, I have a movie coming out in cinemas at Warner Brothers Pictures. It's been a dream of mine to have a Warner Brothers movie, because the title card when it comes up. That's been a dream of mine forever. I just have a movie in the can with Ridley Scott. I made a movie with Guillermo del Toro. For me, all I can think about is I can't believe that I'm in the movies, and I'm really in the movies in the way that I dreamt of it. So I'm kind of just, the only thing I can feel now is just like an overwhelming tide of gratefulness, I guess. Is that even a word, gratefulness?
Can you go out in public and not be noticed?
Yeah.
You can?
Yeah.
Like you can put on, because I was wondering because of your stature, if it's like harder for you to not be noticed.
No, I have a pretty strong refusal to lose my life to an industry. I consider myself an actor and just an actor. And so for me, life kind of goes on outside of the set and outside of these lights and cameras and things. Yeah, I don't have too much trouble in the world.
That's good. So if there are cameras or whatever, you just kind of ignore it and do what you need to do?
I don't know. Yeah. Just don't really think about it too much. It doesn't really play into my, doesn't really factor into my reality, I have so much love in my life and the relationships I have in my life are so present and real and I was raised in such a sort of authentic and true way. I feel so deeply here that I don't know, like the idea of I don't know, like this industry and stuff. It's just, it doesn't really factor into my day to day.
And I feel like it seems to me that you've made a conscious decision to kind of not let that part of the industry, the fame machine, affect you. Like with your relationship with social media, you're not really on there a lot.
I have no relationship with social media. My dream was to be an actor. My dream was to play in the movies, and I'm far too nervous to ask for more than that. And I've been given exactly what I wanted, and I see it exactly how I dreamed it, and I live it how I dreamed it. So for me, that's about all I can handle.
I know it's probably hard to narrow it down, but has there been a pinch me moment?
I think getting nominated for an Academy Award was, I definitely, love came up and I was like, just sat there.
Furiously pinching.
Like, wake up. No, but yeah. I mean, the whole, I'll probably die and never quite believe that I was in the pictures,
That's how it feels still.
Yeah. And I like it that way.
Why does this story endure?
Well, first of all, it was written by a teenager that was full of questions and rage and rebellion. It's the same questions we have now. But she didn't have the stodginess of the time. Oh my God, that's my pizza.
What did you get?
It's Oscar Isaac.
The star calling you.
So, she didn't have the stodginess of the time. She was the daughter of two brilliant minds, but she knew the hypocrisy of the life that everybody led. And, she asked the fundamental questions. What are we? Why am I human? Why am I here?
This is not just a horror or a monster.
No.
It's a human story.
It's a human story. I mean, you have to remember the time when it was written and published in 1818, people were fascinated by Gothic romance. The Gothic romance was prurient, but she brought the element of asking fundamental questions, almost like John Milton in Paradise Lost. So it was a genuine work of high literature. You know, now the book is, the 1818 edition at least, is a lot messier, a lot more gluttonous. He wants all the answers. It wants to talk about capitalism and existential dread and life as the enemy. You know, when you talk about Frankenstein, Pinocchio, Tarzan, Sherlock Holmes, Jekyll and Hyde, these are the building blocks of human mythology, modern mythology.
It's a lot to sort through from a screenplay perspective. You've got to figure out what's relevant, what you want to take, what you want to highlight.
Yeah, but you transmute. You don't translate. You transmute. Adaptation is a screen adaptation, which means a fish needs to adapt to land. Legs need to be sprouted, lungs have to be created. It's not an easy, it's alchemical. It's not chemical.
What strikes you about the story? What made you say, this is what I want to spend years of my life focusing on?
Well, I found it a great way to talk about me and my dad. And then as the years passed, I found that it was a great way to talk about me and my dad and me and my kids.
In what way?
In the way that, you know, father is always a big shadow on a child, and then you behave like a child, and then you become a father, and you're still behaving like a child, and then you pass that shadow. And if you don't talk about it, no one tells you about it, you know, and your father is not a supernatural being, he's just a guy. And making peace with that identity, with the identity of you and your father, and stopping the pain, whatever it is, by forgiveness and acceptance, it makes it profound and it makes it mine in that way.
This wasn't just any story, any book you read.
No.
You'd really wanted to make this film.
I gave it over 50 years of my life, so yes.
50 years, that's incredible.
It's in all my movies.
What do you
It's
mean?
From Kronos all the way to Frankenstein, all 13 movies have elements of the film. Pinocchio is another prodigal father asking for forgiveness of his child. My first movie, Kronos, deals with eternal life, ends in a very similar image than Frankenstein. Blade 2, which is a commercial action movie, has the story of a monster child that goes back to his father and says, "Why did you created me like that?" It's everywhere.
Shape of Water?
Shape of Water, certainly. You know, the idea of the monster being of the same essence than the main female character, and the female character recognizing herself in it.
Were you thinking about Frankenstein through all those movies?
Yes.
On purpose?
All my life.
You said, I want to make this movie because there's some element of
Yeah,
Frankenstein.
Yes, Crimson Peak. Well, not like that. It's like proclivity, right? If you have a certain proclivity, you gravitate towards that, you know?
What is it for you about Frankenstein?
It's me. It's me as the monster. It's me as the creator. Film directors and Victor Frankenstein have a lot in common.
In what way? Explain that.
Well, you try to control, and things go wrong when you try to control. And at the same time, you have to learn to create in a much more constructive way, in a beautiful way, and that comes with time. And the creature, I was a Catholic boy. I am a lapsed Catholic man now, but I understood everything. I went to Mass on a Sunday, 8 a.m., then I came back home and I turned on the TV, and there he was, Boris Karloff and Frankenstein. And I all of a sudden realized this is what my grandma talks when she talks about the Messiah. This is my Messiah. I understood Immaculate Conception, resurrection of the flesh, the stigmata, ecstasy. I saw all that and I said, this is my shepherd, this creature. This is me. I'm not of this world. I'm something weird.
Do you identify more with Victor Frankenstein,
No,
the
monster,
creature?
The creature.
Because?
Because we are all creatures. I mean, we have a world that tells you shouldn't be a creature, but in reality, we're all weird in some way. And it's not the weird that is bad, it's the fact that we say that the weird is bad, that is bad.
In what way are you weird?
Well, in any way. I mean, like when I was a child, the norm for a healthy kid was to be outside playing football, being rowdy, being outgoing, being self-asserting. And I was this strange pale creature that liked to read, and I was a hypochondriac at age 7. I thought I had trichinosis. I thought I had liver damage. I thought I had cirrhosis. You name it. And I studied medical manuals, and I would go to my mom and said, I think I have a terminal cancer. Oh, yeah, where? The pancreas, because and I would discuss those. And so I was a weird kid.
You describe yourself as such a creative being, a creative child. Where do you think that comes from?
I think that when you are unhappy with the world, you endeavor yourself to create your own. I was talking about creating my own house, my own environment, but you do it through your craft. It's sort of a professionalization of the imaginary friend. There's not such a thing, so you create it. You can paint it, you can draw it, you can sculpt it. I can paint, draw, sculpt, design, and I've been doing it since I was a kid. And then reading, you can experience life either through life or through literature or fiction. And I became an expert at experiencing it through fiction. I read thousands of books between childhood and puberty. Then puberty brings other distractions, and you lose your way away from literature for a little bit.
What are you unhappy with about the world?
Generally, I think that what monsters have given me evidences what I don't like about the world. I think the world tells you comfort, wealth, beauty are the desirable standards. I find romantic love to be tortuous and impossible to achieve. Success is defined in a way that I don't like. Monsters tell you, look, it's okay to be you. It's okay to sweat. It's okay to be imperfect. You can forgive yourself for that. And you come to define success, for me, is failing in your own terms. That's where you learn what you are. And I think that the world is always saying more is better. I don't think so. Like when you think about wealth, for me, for example, a wealthy man is a man that has enough, not a man that needs more. If you have enough to invite somebody to a beer, you're rich. If you have whatever, yachts and planes and islands, and you still need more, you're not rich. So it's the same with beauty, it's the same with career, it's the same with happiness. I can be happy alone. I can be happy alone with nothing. I can go to the DMV and have a feast just watching people online.
The DMV?
The DMV, because you are watching people, and I love people watching. I try to figure out, dress is code for who they are, behavior, posture, what are they doing. You're like enthralled by humanity.
You found the perfect vocation.
Yeah. A director is a spy from another planet trying to figure out humanity.
How difficult is it to approach the same subject that has been done successfully for so many years?
When Frank Sinatra grabs a French song and sings it again and calls it My Way, it's not the French song anymore.
Do you feel any connection to the Frankensteins of the past?
No, to the myth. I mean, my first crush was Mary Shelley, and then the Bronte sisters. I mean, I truly can tell you this. You are born to sing 1 or 2 songs in your lifetime. This is my song.
So what do you do now?
Oh, I don't know. Macrame?
Is that one of the thoughts?
Pottery?
That's going to be you?
That's going to be me.
But if you make something that you've spent 50 years thinking about, that's an element through all of your films, what do you do?
Well, fortunately for me, my theme has always been redemption, forgiveness, and sort of letting go, acceptance. Now I'm 61, so I have regret and memory to look forward to. Expect some epics in that regard.
What is it about the genre of gothic horror that appeals to you?
The marriage of the decay and beauty started there. I mean, the engravings of a particular man called Giovanni Battista Piranesi inspired this love for ruins, which is sort of the wabi-sabi in Japan, the beauty of that which is imperfect and decaying. The marriage of love and death, cemetery, graveyard poetry, all these impulses that are really laconic and melancholic, and they started there in the Romantic movement.
Did you want your creature to be beautiful in a way?
Oh yeah, 100% it has to look like something newly minted, not like a repair job in an ICU. I think the creature needed to look like a newly minted human being, Adam.
But there's also a handsomeness, a sexiness to Jacob as the creature.
Well, I was raised Catholic, and a lot of those crucifixions in Mexico had the loincloth a little too low.
Were you thinking about that?
No, but my grandma certainly was.
What if she saw this film?
She kept going to mass a little too much, if you ask me. But there is a very strange, when you see the sculpture of Saint Teresa by Bernini, she could be in ecstasy, or she could be contemplating something else. There's an amalgam of illumination and pleasure, and so especially in Catholic imagery. There's a pageantry, and it's a very bloody iconography. It's really swarthy Catholicism.
And you wanted some of that to come across in this
Yeah.
film. You
Oh,
wanted
yeah.
there to be some sex appeal,
Not that. No, the sort of the ambiguity of seeing something so perfect, so newly minted, that is attractive. I mean, I've done sexy creatures. I did Shape of Water. This is not what we tried. We didn't do any gestures towards that at all. There's a purity. It looks like the essence of a human body. And that's what we were going for. Now, in terms of Catholic language, we have a crucifixion, crown of thorns, the wound on the side, resurrects after the third day of the battlefield, blah, blah, blah. So it's full of that. And there is a meditation of the role of God and Jesus. Meditation that if they are consubstantial, why do God send Jesus to be crucified and to die? What is he trying to find out? The movie is a meditation of that.
For someone who identifies as a lapsed Catholic, you have a lot of religious themes in there.
Once a Catholic, always a Catholic, lapse or no lapse,
How hard was it to change actors? You were planning on doing this with Andrew Garfield.
Yeah, no, it was, to me, at this age, in this moment in my life and my career and my craft, I know that when something goes wrong, it's going right.
And Andrew Garfield was that thing that went wrong?
Yeah, well, him leaving could have seen as an accident, as something unsurmountable. I always see that my profession is hostage negotiation with reality. Reality says, I'm gonna kill it, and I go, no, you're not. Listen, put down the gun, let's talk.
Was there a fear that this would kill
Not for
this
me.
film?
Not for me. Zero. Never. I never doubt the accident. Everything that happens, I say, why is it happening? Why did I lose that location? How can I make it better? Why is the mist gone? Why did the sun rise a little too early? I say, how do I use it?
On the actors, why did you pick Oscar? Why did you pick Jacob?
Eyes. I cast the eyes. 50% of film is looking at, and 50% of film is being looked at.
What do you see in their eyes?
Oscar had brilliance, madness, seduction, and pain. And Jacob was completely open. Completely open. He had an innocence and an openness and a purity in his eyes that was completely disarming. And I saw Priscilla, the movie where he plays Elvis, and he had a moment of rage, which the creature needed, and I went, bingo, this is the guy.
So can you sit across from someone and just look at them and know?
Oh, yeah.
By looking in their eyes?
Yeah.
They don't need to really read or
No.
do anything?
No, I can feel people pretty good with their eyes. Yeah. It's my profession. Because if the eyes don't hold the character, you don't have the character. If that's why when I talk about the most interesting landscape in the world is the human face. That's a landscape you can never get tired of.
How important is location or sets? You wanted this not to feel computer generated.
No, it's very important. This movie has a level of craftsmanship and a level of reality that movies don't often have anymore. I wanted giant sets. I wanted to build an entire ship, put it on a motor to move it. We did gigantic miniatures, hundreds of wardrobes, blah, blah, blah. When you go to an opera, there is a sort of luxury in seeing the velvet, and seeing the gilded surfaces, and seeing the scale of the sets, and hearing the singing. This is the scale of this movie. The scale of this movie is a fantastic opera.
When you look at the film, when you look at Boris Karloff, that film, even those trailers, it's a very different tone from
of course.
yours.
I'm not doing that. The film, first of all, the film that James Whale did is a masterpiece that was based on a 1927 play, not the book, number one. But Bride of Frankenstein is more based on the book. And so I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to adapt the book through my own prism. Is Mary Shelley's biography in that book, and is my biography in this film.
This is one of those stories that we all feel like we know. We
But
grew up with, but you don't.
No. Like most people really haven't read the book. They think they know what it's about, but a large portion of the book is the creature's story. That has very seldom been rendered, if at all.
Even to the point that people think of the creature as Frankenstein.
Yeah. Well, that came from a play. That came from a play that decided to name both the creature and the creator Frankenstein. It's not about instinct, because I think treating the creature like an extension of Victor is an interesting thing, because that to me is fatherhood, bad fatherhood. When you treat your kid as an extension of you, that is making you look good or look bad. That is the moment when you say, when the child has to say, look, to you I'm this or that, but to me I'm just existing. And that's a moment in the film, actually.
If you loved Boris Karloff so much, why did you seek to do something so different?
If you know that there is a different way of talking about a character that speaks to a side of humanity that hasn't been done, and Frankenstein is one of those. You can say, I'm gonna do Frankenstein. Oh, again, as a Latin American dictator, I wanna watch it. I wanna do Frankenstein. Oh yeah, in space. Okay, I wanna watch it. It's multivalent. You can change it with one inflection. That's great mythology. It's completely new. And if you can give emotion to a tale that is 200 years old, that's a great alchemical trick. And I was born to try it.
So let's talk Sinners.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when Ryan Coogler shared this idea with you of playing two different parts, two different people, what was your initial reaction?
I'm gonna do what? I think it was a little bit of anxiety. I think a little bit of nerves, but then equal amount of excitement at the challenge of it all. I think I've seen twins portrayed on screen before by the same actor. Some have been amazing, some maybe not so much. I think getting the right technique down of how to actually shoot it started to run through my head. Okay, how are we going to do this? And I think that's something that Ryan also knew was going to be good for me, which is a challenge and to kind of push me out of my comfort zone. And this was the hardest thing that I've ever done to date. And it allowed me to imagine the best version of it, but then also the excitement of figuring out, okay, how do we problem solve? How are we going to get this done? What's the technicality? How are we going to get into it? I had all these questions, I had all these ideas, and we just kind of took a pause, took a moment, and really got back into the foundation of like who are these brothers, you know? What are the dynamics of an identical twin? There's such a unique, specific relationship that only exists between identical twins that are very, very special. I had an opportunity to talk to a lot of identical twins, and it was very informative. And they're kind of like celebrities in their own right, you know. Like no matter what town you go to or wherever the twins are from, they're known as the twins.
The twins.
Know? People know them when they're in the supermarket and they're walking in the street, and you do get a double take. People look like, okay, did I just see what I thought I saw? Okay, it is two of them, right? I'm not going crazy. So there's a little bit of that celebrity, I guess, that comes along with being an identical twin that we wanted to tap into in this movie as well. So going back to the original question, I think when you first told me, the overall feeling was this is something different for me, and I'm really, really excited to kind of dive into it and just get to it.
You like a challenge.
I love it. I love it. I like evolution. I love trying to find my limits and boundaries, and whatever those boundaries are, pushing it, breaking those boundaries.
I want to talk more about that later because that's fascinating, but I
Okay.
want to go back. You said so much of who we are comes from our childhood.
Yes.
So I want to talk about your childhood just a little bit.
Okay, let's get into it.
Your mom, at the advice of someone in the dentist's office, I think it was, started you on modeling when you were young, but you didn't think you were handsome?
I think that, yeah, kind of accurate a little bit. I think my mom has lupus, and I used to go to her doctor's appointments with her, and the receptionist there had 2 boys that was modeling at the time, and I was maybe like 10 or so, 10 or 11, and she was like, yeah, you should bring your son to New York and, go on some of the go-sees and, for print work and stuff like that, and my own personal opinion, I'm like, modeling wasn't something in my mind. It was the first thing that came to mind as a kid. And yeah, I started booking roles pretty early. I think my first go-see that I went out for, I ended up getting, it was like for like a Frito-Lay commercial. Like, those old, they probably still exist, but like the chips that came in the long pack, and you had like the different brands of chips, different flavors, stuff like that. But they had a little point system on the back that you would collect them and you would send them in, and then that little booklet, you could pick the toys and stuff that you want. In that booklet, I was like one of those kids. and stuff
one
like
of the
that.
kids.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys will find it somewhere, and this is where it'll pop up on the screen. Some embarrassing photo of me as a kid.
Your mom was thinking this will help us pay for college?
I think it was just, I think it was an early, I don't have any children, but I think it's as you're at that age, you're nurturing a child's ambitions and wants and things that they're good at to see what takes and what doesn't, and yeah, I think earning a bit of extra money around the house was definitely helpful as well, and yeah, one small success to small success, and one stepping stone to another stepping stone, it became something I fell in love with over the years, and became a career, and something that I kind of never looked back on. It just kind of been something I just ran with.
Was there a moment when you realized, oh, I like this, I think I want to do this for the rest of my life?
Maybe not the rest of my life, but it was definitely a moment where I realized I'm falling in love with the craft, and I think that was on The Wire. I think that was the time. It's David Simon's show on HBO, and that incredible cast and filmmakers and storytellers, and I was the youngest on set, so I had a lot of uncles, big brothers on set that took me under their wing and gave me encouragement and helped me, with the craft. Never went to any traditional school or, acting classes up until that point. It's kind of been, my work has been my experience, my classroom. And
What a classroom that was.
what a blessing, right? Definitely. And I remember not feeling like myself, and like just really, I guess the first time being lost in a character, like really not just, reading the lines or whatever it is. The first time I actually, oh wow, this is like I don't feel like me, being lost in a character. And I kind of been chasing that feeling earlier on of like, okay, man, I want to do that again. Is there another opportunity? And that kind of gave me that bug, I guess, of acting.
That feeling of being somebody else, being lost in.
Yeah, or just portraying, of storytelling and making it believable, and I guess, and wanting to do a good job at it. I was always looking around on set of what everybody else was doing. I love, from the boom operator to the camera operators to, the DP to, the PAs to just all the people that were involved in the production. I always found fascinating, which, I guess fast forward to now, was my love of directing, and storytelling, and yeah, it just kind of, it was the early stages of like nurturing what that would be like.
You were soaking that up from the beginning, looking at what everybody was doing.
Never
not
knowing it was
knowing
gonna turn out
that you were going to be a director. Yeah, wow.
Not knowing I was gonna act. I mean, like having a career as an actor as a kid, there's nobody in my family that came from this. I guess that looked at it as a potential career. I think once I didn't go to college and I decided to move to California and pursue acting full time, there was no turning back after that one.
Your dad, not a showbiz guy, Marine. his reaction to your wanting to do acting as a career?
At a young age, right around in the beginning, I don't think there was what parent at that age, not many, I think, would, coming from that era of degree education means, security, a job, and some type of livelihood, a craft, or whatever it may be. It took some convincing for him to kind of fully get on board. My mom's a painter, she's an artist, very, 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 free-spirited and encouraging in that way. So there was a bit of a, I think once I went to set and he saw, because at that time, obviously I can't go to set by myself. One of them had to be there with me, and saw, I think, how I was treated by the crew and saw how serious I was taking it. That's something my dad always told me, you gotta find something, you gotta be serious about it. Just gotta be serious about something. And I think once he saw that firsthand, he bought into it and just never really looked back.
That's great. I mean, you found something that you could be serious about, that
Correct.
you were serious about.
Correct.
You followed his advice.
I did. I think, not going to school, moving to LA, and, at that point, listen, being a career actor, and working enough to let that be your main thing, your only thing, is not easy. And I was able to be patient. I was able to go for broke each time, and right when I ran out of money or borrowed enough to get to the next month, the rent or whatever it may be, right when I thought, okay, this is it, I guess I gotta move back to Jersey or whatever, I gotta move back home, I always booked something that didn't necessarily put me in a box, but always, moved me forward to the next level and, helped give me the foundation of the craft, and the shows that I worked on and the people that were watching those shows, that ultimately the producers, casting directors, and always kind of opened up doors for me, from The Wire to Friday Night Lights to, films like Chronicle and ultimately Fruitvale Station, meeting my director, Ryan Coogler, and it just kind of kept going from there.
And then you and Ryan pair up again to do Creed. How life-changing was Creed?
Oh, it was tremendous. Funny story, before we even shot a frame of Fruitvale Station, Ryan pitched to me the idea of Creed and asked me if I wanted to play Apollo Creed's, it was his grandson at that time, Apollo Creed's grandson. And I was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. I'm all in. Again, just that speaks to Ryan and his, his ability to, you trust him. His leadership quality. You want to be a part of his world, and his, he's very reassuring in a way that you just want to follow him. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, let's do it. So like doing Creed, so many different levels. The first time I transformed my body, learned a skill that I continue to do today. And
You still box?
Yeah. It's a part of me at this point. Working with the legendary, Sylvester Stallone, and being in the studio system in that type of way, and just learning a lot, and then learning through Ryan also, seeing somebody who his first film in Fruitvale, first feature, and then, leveling up and doing a spinoff to a franchise like Rocky with Creed, it was a huge moment for me.
And it allowed you to level up too, because then in Creed 3, you're the director and the star.
Yeah. It put me on that path of, well, up until that point, it was the only character that I played, multiple times. Usually, you're just a character, besides television and episodics where you're coming back, from episode to episode. But as far as a film, from movie to movie, being able to come back and play that character again, the time in between, there's an ownership even more and a desire to and opinions of where the characters are going and, what's interesting to you as a storyteller you're finding out and, where you want to put the camera and what is a cool shot to you and how this is shot in that and et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, that was leading up to Creed 3. That was the moment that I knew it was time for me to step behind the camera and tell Adonis' story.
That's great. So for that particular series, it seems like it's okay to have a little bit of Adonis with you as you move through life. But I'm thinking about Black Panther. Was it hard to shake Eric?
Yes. Yeah, each character kind of lives with you. They don't go anywhere. They're there. Some piece of that character it's a blurred line between yourself and the character, for me anyway. And with Killmonger, with Eric, it was a complex, layered antagonist. I don't look at him as a villain. I look at him as an antagonist in a way because I think you understood him a bit. He was the other side of a conversation. I think him and T'Challa were a lot alike. They both cared about their people deeply and would do anything to protect them. I think they just had two different approaches and strategies and mentalities around it all, shaped by their childhood trauma. And Eric didn't really know a lot of love. I think Eric didn't experience that. He had a lot of betrayal, a lot of failed systems around him that shaped him and his anger, his frustration, and looking at history and how it would seem to always repeat itself and how was he going to break that cycle. So for a while in preparation for that role, I didn't really speak to my family that much. I was kind of isolated a bit. I went into my hole and tried to live like he would have lived for a bit, whatever that process was. And afterwards, after the movie, it stuck with me for a bit and, went to therapy, talked about it, found a way to kind of just decompress. And I think at that point, still learning that I needed to decompress from a character. Again, there's no blueprint to this. There wasn't a lot of, people that acting is a solo journey for a lot of times. This career, this path, there's a lot of, auditioning by yourself, practicing by yourself. There's a lot of preparation and the experience, the journey, so learning as I went, realizing that, oh man, I still got a little something on me that I need to get off. Like, talking is really important.
So you literally went to therapy to help rid yourself a little bit of Eric, or at least.
Yeah, and then I think that spiraled into a bigger conversation and self-discovery of like, okay, I think that's something that's necessary, for people, especially men. I think it's good for them to go and talk and get that off. So that's something that I'm not ashamed of at all and very proud of, and definitely helped me in throughout the years and to this day of trying to be a good communicator and a well-rounded person inside and out.
That's great. Yeah. My therapist always says she's scared of the people who don't go to therapy, not the people who go to therapy.
Yeah, hey, listen, no judgment, but yes, talking is important. Keeping things bottled up, I don't personally recommend.
Right. Ryan Coogler has said that Chadwick Boseman's death messed everybody up, but might have messed you up the most. And I'm curious if you know what he means by that.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, yeah. It's Chad's a very special person, and we had a very you know, just wish I had more time with him. I think that's the hurtful thing. And
Do you have those conversations, kind of? Like, I know you say you can't say it in the flesh, but do
yeah,
you find yourself talking to him?
yeah, definitely. You know, I think you know, there's a, you know, he's in a place of higher understanding now. You know, so you know the saying of, yeah, you know, they know my heart. He knows my heart, and he understands. And I do speak to him, and you know, there was a moment, bringing it back to you know, Sinners. Like, there was a moment where Ryan, it was early in production, maybe like I don't know, maybe like first or second week or something like that, and you know, we were you know, me being in the Southern accent, the dialect was and holding it for the entire time was a challenge for me. And Chadwick, when he was playing T'Challa, he never broke, always kept his accent. You know, when he's at home, when he's on set, you know, he was always had it. And Ryan, being, you know, the great director that he is, and sometimes knowing exactly what needs to be said and what an actor needs to hear, you know, to dial in, or, you know, and get the best out of him. You know, it was one of those things like, you know, what would Chad do in this situation? And, you know, say we didn't have to, you know, there was nothing else that needed to be said after that, you know, and it really helped me lock in to that element. Yeah, so.
So that Southern accent stayed after those words of advice.
Yeah, it stayed in. It really made a difference for me. Hmm?
That's something about the two of you. You can have that shorthand, I guess, at this point, right? With
Big time.
You and Ryan.
Big time. Yeah.
So speaking of Sinners, and I know this is always an awkward question, but it's in the Oscars conversation, so I have to talk a little bit about the O word. You've been in this conversation before. Do you try to block it out? Do you let that seep in at all?
No, you know, I mean, look, the fact that I'm in this conversation, this film's in a conversation, you know, at this time of the year, and people are still, this movie came out in April. You know, the fact that people are still talking about it means the world to me. It means that the work that I did, the time, the effort, the sacrifices that was made resonates with people, and it's memorable, and it made an impact. And that's the thing I really, really care about. You know, those are the things that last forever. That's the reason why, you know, I love getting in a room full of people and watching a movie and that communal experience, and, like, you know, we were saying, like, laughing at the same thing and looking and listening and vibing and talking to the screen, and, like, that's what I love about films and movies. And, you know, if I was able to contribute to an experience like that is memorable and still being talked about, it's a huge honor, you know. And then being able to celebrate the people that went on that journey with you, the fact that there's so many talented people that helped make this movie, department heads, actors, crew, you know, music supervisors, composers, editors, just that are all getting the praise and the flowers that they deserve. If I can help champion them and their work that allowed me to do my part in this project is great. It's great. And yeah, of course, you know, like, you know, who doesn't want to be recognized in the field that you care so much about, you know? So I guess that's my long-winded version of yeah, I guess.
It was beautifully put. It was not long-winded. One thing, after Black Panther, you before Black Panther, you bought your parents a house, but then you continued to live with your parents up until well after you could afford to move out on your own and have your own house.
This is true.
Why?
I mean, 'cause I love my parents. You know, I love them. You know, and you know, as we get older, and again, realizing that time is, you know, short and limited. Unfortunately, we can't live forever on this planet, and we have a finite amount of time, and I have a great relationship with my parents, and you know, and wanting to be around as much as I could, you know, that didn't bother me at all. I mean, it was pretty cool. Made for a lot of funny moments, a lot of great stories.
Like?
Y'all ain't got enough time. We ain't got enough time for the segment. No, but it's just fun. You know, being roommates again with your parents is just imagine. It's just all the things. I'm a night owl, you know, like just things. You know, they go to sleep early. And insert moment here. No, but it was great, and I mean the goal, you know, who doesn't want to buy your parents a house, you know, your mom a house? That's always been the childhood dream, is to retire your parents and not having to work anymore. And I can say I did that. So that's like that's a bucket list.
That is pretty awesome. And I got to say, as a mom, to have my successful adult son move back in with me would be just fine with me, too.
It's good. It's cool. And now I'm just close enough.
You're just close enough,
just far
right?
enough away.
Yeah.
It's just close. It's just far enough. No, it's great.
It's interesting because I read an article that I think was probably 4 or 5 years ago where you talked about your legacy, that you were thinking about your legacy. Are you thinking about your legacy now?
I think I'm always kind of thinking about it. It's not, you know, I think at this point, it's kind of just who I am more than me intentionally thinking about what I'm doing for legacy. I think when you're younger, there's this idea of legacy and, you know, things you want to accomplish and how you'll be remembered and all that good stuff. But I think now in my late 30s, I think it's more of just being true to who I am and wanting to build things that and be a part of things that can help make an impact and change. That's around longer than our physical bodies, and you know, how do you help? You're remembered how you help people, you know, who you help, who you put on. You know, life's hard enough as it is, you know, to be able to help a person, whether it's through inspiration, is it through, you know, physical things, whether, you know, hands-on words of advice, whatever it may be. You never know what somebody else is going through, and so to be able to be a contributor to humanity, I think is fulfilling to me and excites me. So I've been lucky enough to do that through things that I love to do, you know, and that are, you know, not a lot of people get a chance to do those things. So that's a blessing that, in a moment, an opportunity I'm not gonna let pass me by. So I try to squeeze every drop of life out of this thing in moments, and at the same time disappear and just, you know, just go be in the back somewhere and just observe.
You like to do that?
Yeah, it's just like, you know, it's you know, I like to get out the way, not always be in the lights.
You're clearly a very mission-oriented person.
Thanks, my dad.
It's from Dad?
Probably. Yeah, get that side for sure, but yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you've sacrificed any of the joys in life because you're so eyes on the prize?
Yeah. I think, yeah. But then you make up for it in other ways. You know, I think, you know, there's definitely a cost at the comes with the discipline, I guess, and the things that maybe you can't indulge in as much as being somebody who is being watched all the time or being looked up to, knowing that people look up to you and, you know, wanting to lead by example and not by talking, but by actually doing, you know, that you don't partake in certain things or, you know, in certain places or, you know, whatever. So yeah, there's definitely a cost at it, but it comes with other things that make it worth it. Like buying my mom a house, you know, like being here talking with you, having this moment, you know. So these are the moments that you know, when you're by yourself and you're alone and you're, you know, whatever, it's like, you know, look back on.
It's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
So you grew up playing sports, right?
I did.
Was the name Michael Jordan a problem?
Big time. Oh yeah, it was a you know, I got teased so much to the point where I almost changed my name.
You did think about changing your name.
I did. It was going to be Bakari Jordan.
Your middle name.
Yeah, my middle name. Yeah, I was going to change it. And I was like, my dad's name is Michael Jordan. I'm named after him. Like I was like, you know, and obviously my dad is older than Michael Jordan, Jeffrey Jordan. So, but that just comes with a lot of talking and explanation. But as a kid, you know, playing sports, playing basketball, playing whatever it was at the time, and you know, kids, you know, I got some.
And what would they say? Well, you think you're Michael Jordan? That
verbatim.
Kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly that.
Not too creative. but yeah, it was a lot, but it gave me a healthy chip. Like it definitely made me want to be competitive and be good at. I wanted to be great at something. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I wanted to be great at something. If not for nothing else at that time, just to like feel like I had my own identity, you know, in a world that was so, you know, that MJ was Mike, you know, understandably so.
But there could be another Michael Jordan.
Exactly.
Who could make his mark.
Correct. And that definitely, that was a part of the alchemy, I think, that made me who I am today.
That's great. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is a woo-woo question, but I'm going to ask it. Bakari means noble promise.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you fulfilled that?
I feel like I'm walking in that. Yeah, I think I try to, you know, I walk in that light. I think names are powerful. And yeah, and we'll continue to do so, big time. Yeah. We got a lot more things to do. You know, we're just getting started.
On Hamnet, the New York Times says, Buckley's performance of loss seems to draw from some dark place where every parent's worst nightmare has pooled. Her scream is both unfathomable and instantly recognizable. What do you make of that description?
I think the idea of losing a child is unfathomable. I hope I touched the edges of what that truth might be, but you know, I don't have any idea where grief begins and where it stops. And I guess when I get an opportunity to imagine and experience what it might be, I just always want to, with absolute respect, go wherever my heart and my body and my imagination is brave enough to go.
But accessing that emotion is something different.
I think it is. I mean, I think the more I do this job, the more I realize that I have to get more human in every aspect, not just in work, in myself. Get more curious. Making Hamnet and working with Chloe and with Paul was so porous in a way, and allowed me to go to a place and a deeper place than I probably have gone before, which I can't articulate why or how or what that is, like in a tangible way. But what helped facilitate doing that was Chloe's only really interested in absolute presence and humanity. When filming's like, when it's hard work is when you're on your own in a trailer with your own head and you just are like, have to all of a sudden leap to being like titanically emotional out of nowhere. That's really hard. But when you have a leader and colleagues and collaborators and somebody who's actually creating a world and asking you as an artist to keep filling the tank to be creating within that world, it's so much easier to go somewhere.
Tell me about the chemistry between you and Paul Mescal.
We knew each other a little bit before, just from being Irish. But we didn't like know each other like we do now. And I absolutely adore that man. I think he is a gigantic human. We were in New York at the same time before we shot Hamnet, and we were just kind of getting to know each other and probably, you know, figuring each other out.
Did you have a preconceived sense of who Paul Mescal was?
I actually didn't. I mean, I really respected his work. I think, and I see this in him now, I think he is genuinely somebody who can hold what it is to be a movie star. Not many people can. And it's because he has this giant capacity. And it's also, it's not just being a movie star, because beside this giant, he's also incredibly human. Like, has been one of the most significant, important, like, collaborators and male leads I've worked with. His capacity to be there for you, but also with you and challenge you, is ginormous. And from our very first chemistry read...
A chemistry read is to make sure you have chemistry?
Yeah. I mean, it would be really like depressing if I didn't, wouldn't it? I'd be like the only woman, it would be the only woman in the world who failed to find chemistry with Paul Mescal.
You felt it right away?
I felt, well, even if you like respect and admire somebody or think somebody's attractive, chemistry is a different thing. It's kinetic. It's like his energy, you know, it's vibrations. And we knew each other, but what happened in this read was something that I felt so, there was something unknowable about him. There was something unknowable about us. There was like this crackle of potential, which felt like, you know, that's always the most exciting place to meet somebody, because then when you're on set, you know it's just going to be alive. You know you're never going to do the same take twice.
I was wondering about that. In these really intense parts of the film, or any of the films you do, you must do multiple takes?
Yeah.
Can you achieve that intensity over and over and over again?
No.
Are you better at the first take, the second, third, fourth?
It doesn't really, there's no like routine with that. You know, sometimes you arrive and you can just feel this is cooked. And you're trying to like kind of hold that space until they say action, and then let the greyhounds run. And I also trust the director as well. Like sometimes, like with Chloe on this, sometimes she would do one take, one setup, one shot. And that can be a little bit unnerving. Sometimes you're like, you sure? But her instincts are so connected and grounded, and I trust her like implicitly. And then sometimes, like for example, at the end of the film, we had 10 days to shoot this, it was the end of having shot everything. We'd gone on this like epic journey of the heart. And then we had to go to the Globe. We had to like, bring all the bits of this story together in some way. And I was completely lost for like 4 days. I just didn't know how to where to go.
Explain this. So you're shooting these scenes at the Globe Theatre toward the end, and you're thinking what as an actor?
I'm thinking, I don't know how to meet this moment where I have to kind of channel the story of a mother who's lost their child and meet Hamlet, meet a kind of another vessel of my son. For Agnes, she doesn't ever leave her hometown. Now she's in London in like a theatre. Her husband has stolen her dead son's name for what, and actually being lost as an actor was exactly what I needed to be as a character. And sometimes that feeling is so uncomfortable, you almost get scared of it and you want to hide it. And then I realized this is exactly what I need to let be seen. And I just have to be lost. And you don't often see something lost on screen like that, because your ego comes in and you want to yeah, I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I know, I've got this. Don't worry, Chloe. I know it's the end of the film. I know exactly what I'm doing. But I was coming to Chloe going, I don't think I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what's happening.
And Chloe, the director, was saying,
she was feeling the same. She'd also gone on an epic journey of her heart. She'd completely given herself over to the story. And, the Globe Theatre, cinema, storytelling, they're very, very potent, ancient spaces. They ask a lot of you as an audience member, as players, as storytellers, as the story itself. It's asking you to surrender. It's like somebody has reached into your heart and woken up a bit of you that you didn't know you were coming here to feel that day.
do you get something out of these roles? Does something stay with you?
Oh, everything stays with me. I think all the parts stay with me. There's no way of dislodging myself from what I've come to understand by living within these women. They've become my lighthouse. They've become my education. The bits of them all have created who I am, and I don't ever let them go.
What do you see in these women that you play? Is there a through line? Is there a connection?
They're all women who want to live something more than maybe they're allowed. Or every time I get an opportunity to live through one of these women, I feel like I grow within my space as a woman because of what I've understood from them and what I've been able to incubate through them. The shadows of what they are has, I don't know, it's helped me let go of the things that don't serve me as a woman, because I've come to understand it through them in a way.
Like what?
Like rage.
Do you have rage?
We all have rage. We all have rage. There's a hunger, a desire, a mind, a body, a hope, an education, like the brilliance of what women can be if they're given a space to like live fully within it. And I think, Agnes was such a force because she was so uncompromising and uncompromising of herself in a world that maybe was too fearful of her too muchness. I think that's what these women have allowed me to be, is to allow what is deemed too much be full and alive.
Do you feel that too muchness is inside you?
I think that's the thing that I'm trying to unravel, because I don't think there is too much. It's about being alive. And there's a lot of life within women, and of women that I know in my life, and of these characters that doesn't get to fully be recognized or be given the truth that it deserves. Like in Lost Daughter, you know, it's about a woman and a mother who is hungry for her mind, is also a mother, loves her children, and the complex thought and the truth of what that thought is that being a mother isn't just being like the Madonna, you know. It's not all kind of, how can you want more and it be not judged?
You've said you like playing the unappealing woman. That appeals to you.
I like playing the honest woman, like the complexity of what it is to be a woman and to be a human. I wouldn't know what to do with the idea of what is appealing. I wouldn't know what to do with that. I think I wouldn't be even able to play that, because my filter is far too thin. And I'd probably explode the facade of it if it was on me for like more than 2 minutes. I want the truth. I want something that's full-bodied and bold and alive and connected and can contain the biggest parts of what it is to be a human in the world and meet relationships within that, you know.
Are you exhausted when you play these parts? Is it physically draining?
No.
Really?
No, not at all. It's like completely invigorating. It's like kind of massaging out the knots, you know. And when you come to understand the knots, they give you catharsis, you get relief, you get bigger connections, you know. You look for bigger connections in your life. You look for the truth. And the things that are tiring is when you're not being honest with yourself, you know, when you are wearing a shell. And all these women help me to crack something through. They crack the curse for me.
What's the curse for you? That's interesting.
The curse for me is the projected idea of what it is to be a woman, what it is to be a human in the world. It has never been my experience from being alive. It's way more messier than that. It's way more complex than that. And I think when you get down into the messy truth of what it is to be a human being, that's when there's life, and that's when there's something new can come through in that.
I went to a screening at 7:30 this morning of The Bride.
Did you have coffee beforehand?
It was quite a movie to see in the morning.
Yeah.
Quite a movie to see, period, but at 7:30 in the morning. You go to so many different places in that role. Sometimes not just in one scene, but in one sentence.
Yeah. I remember when I read it first, it was like being plugged into an electrical socket. It was like reading like Sanskrit or something, you know. It was a whole new language. But the feeling I got in my body was like, I just felt pulsating, like thrilled, terrified, had no idea how to go about even starting this. And then you just start, you know. I don't have a process. I follow my nose. I just am I'm reacting to where my imagination wants me to sniff down.
But where do you find that? Where does it come from?
Where do I find the pieces?
Yeah.
Images, I start gathering images of who do I think is a texture of Mary Shelley, who is a texture of Ida, who's a texture of the bride. Working with a movement coach for like weeks to like find something that was singular to Mary Shelley and something that was singular to the bride and something singular to Ida. Dialect coach, you know, moving, finding a voice that felt like Mary Shelley, a texture of her. And, you know, and then it becomes a collage and it becomes a dance and it becomes something, you know, what you want by the time you get to set is I want to take my hands off the steering wheel and I just want to go on a roller coaster. I don't want to be anywhere. I don't want to be thinking about anything. I stayed in the bride's accent for all the time. And then.
But can you come off set if I'm there and talk to me normally? No.
Yeah. But
And
as
then you get
them,
back-
in that one, in that one, I stayed in, once we were up and shooting, I just stayed, when I was working in the accent all day.
You say
One
that
of the
accent, but it's multiple accents. It's multiple accents in the same sentence sometimes.
Yeah. I don't know. You just get it as, you know, into you as much as you can, and then it's great fun.
And the movement, the being possessed, the moving from different parts of your body.
I want to live in an unconscious place when I work. So over the months that I prep on anything, I'm taking everything as ingredients, as food. I'm taking my dreams, I'm taking things that I see on the street. You know, I've walked behind people on streets with my camera looking at how they walk.
Wow, that's interesting. Are you always taking from regular life like that? Modeling characters on people that you see or ways people act or hold themselves?
Not always. Like with Fargo, I remember when I was playing Orietta Mayflower, there was something instinctively to me very birdy about her.
Birdie?
Like a little bird, like she was like a little bird.
How is it for you? You do these very different accents to the point that when you speak as Jessie, you're like, oh yeah, she's Irish. How challenging is it to do the different accents?
There's always a process, you know, you start and you really hate yourself because you sound nothing like the thing you want to. But it's like a muscle. It's like, for me, it's like music, you know, you come to learn the rhythms, you come to learn the tonality. Like when I was doing Bride, my warm-up would be Allen Ginsberg's Howl. There was something about the like rhythm of that piece of incredible literature which felt, oh, that's a really good key into finding the bride and Ida's accent. Barbara Stanwyck was also somebody that I listened to as like a 1950s talky, quick-witted. You're looking for like, yeah, what's going to give you a texture of what that character might be like.
Maggie Gyllenhaal referred to you as kind of a wild animal.
Good.
What do you make of that?
I'm happy to be called a wild animal if she wants me to be.
Do you think there's a truth to that? Or do you see what she meant by that?
Yeah, I have a lot of life in me. Maybe I am now, maybe more so now, yeah.
Now after
Getting to live through all these brilliant women.
Do you feel you're becoming a different person fundamentally?
I think I'm becoming more like myself.
What sort of chemistry was there with Christian Bale?
I mean, that was like wild petrol. He is another giant. It was incredibly alive and fierce and intense, and you know, he goes there too. Like,
He goes there too, meaning goes where you go.
yeah,
In what way?
we all know that from seeing his work. He's going to go wherever that asks him to go. And it was thrilling. It was you know, when you get to work with somebody who's equally as muscular and provocative and intense as I am, you're like, okay, it's fun to go to work.
That movie, that film, The Bride, there are times that you laugh, and there are times that are very emotional, love story, times that you're squeamish,
Mm-hmm.
and then there are times you're like, what is going on?
Mm-hmm. No, it's punk. It's proper punk. I feel very proud of it. I feel it's so rare nowadays that you get a script, a set, an actor, a language, a character that is as bold and as I really think Maggie has a language that is very new. You know, she's messing with form. She's messing with what's possible, especially for women. You know, like, I don't know if I've ever read anything that is as broad a landscape of a female character like that before. And if someone's going to send me that, I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely going to do that. You know, this is punk. It's about something new coming through, and especially within a studio, system. It's very rare. It's too rare that a female director gets to play in that sandpit, and that we together get to, you know, crack the ceiling a little bit.
You watch you on screen, and there is this raw, fierce intensity that you don't see just walking through the door.
It depends.
Maybe
We've only met each other for like half an hour, so I feel raw. I definitely feel raw after having had a child, you know, and in a really refreshing way.
How so?
Because it feels alive, you know. You cut the bullshit. You like become more honest, and you become more focused about what's important.
How has motherhood refocused you?
I mean, my heart is like cracked open in a way that you can't even really know until you've experienced what that is. I think before I would have probably been scared of how vulnerable that is, and now I want that humanity and the strength and vulnerability of being a mother and loving like that, and and how human that is. I just want it to be seen. I don't want to wear any mask ever. I want more life, you know. I feel like I feel a little bit scared of myself. Honest.
Wait, you feel scared, or you feel scared of yourself?
I feel scared of myself.
What do you explain that?
You know, it's just very exciting. It's thrilling. It's like, whoa, there's like a whole other world now. Becoming a mother wakes you up to awe again. It wakes you up to life. You know, it's a new thing. She's a new thing. I'm a new thing. Your perspective of the world is a new thing. Your relationship is new. Everything's new, and you get reminded of how fragile and strong life is, and it just makes me want to live.
You had an artistic kind of upbringing, it sounds.
Yeah, there was a lot of value put on expression and experience.
Music was important growing up.
Oh, hugely important, yeah.
You play the harp,
I play the harp,
the piano,
piano,
you sing.
I sing.
Do you still do all these things?
I still sing, and I still write music. My kind of dirty little secret in between jobs is I like making things. I like going and being part of making things with musicians.
You are just creative on all these different levels.
I love creating things. I love being an artist. I love being part of a community of artists. Being part of this community has like gone beyond my wildest expectations and imagination of what is possible. I never knew it could feel like this.
Describe that, explain that.
You know, when you start out, when you're a kid and you start dreaming about being in the theatre or like experiencing theatre for the first time, I must have been about 7.
And that is when did you recognize at the time that theatre was?
I saw magic. I saw the magic of like storytelling and how real it can make you feel, how like it can send you somewhere else, but it can feel like so total, even though it's, you know, magic. It's magic.
Was film, were movies in your mind?
Oh, I mean, I never on a million years thought I'd make a film.
Because?
I didn't have a TV till I was 15. Like we didn't have a TV, and it was exotic. Like it was in Hollywood, you know. It was like, it wasn't in Kerry. Like I don't even know how you would get there. Like, how do you get over there?
Why did you go to London as a teenager?
I had taken a year out of school, and
because
I had depression and I wasn't very well, and so I wasn't ready to go to university, and I was a bit lost. I didn't know.
Were you talking with your parents about this at the time? Were they?
Oh yeah.
And why did London become a thought in, okay, this is a way to deal with this?
Well, I wanted to go and study musical theatre, and I came over to London in that year off to audition and try and get into one of these theatre schools, and I didn't get in. After I didn't get in, there was an open audition for a TV show called I'd Do Anything, which was a reality TV show looking for somebody to play Nancy in the West End in Oliver Twist. And it was Andrew Lloyd Webber and Cameron McIntosh. And I just joined the queue to practice for my next musical theatre school audition, not thinking anything of it. And
you knew you were auditioning to be on I'd Do Anything?
I knew I was doing that, but like I just thought I'd go and practice. I didn't think it would go anywhere.
You auditioned without thinking you'd actually make it on the show?
Yeah.
I've watched the clips. A lot happens in that show. There are ups and downs, and they love you at one moment and they say they don't, and you are excited and then devastated. It seemed like a roller coaster. I'd Do Anything.
You know, I had just raw passion. I couldn't believe my luck. I mean, you know, this was something that I had dreamt about, and I was getting an opportunity to do it and like be a professional, you know, potentially get a role in the West End, be part of this community. I was so raw, and I was so young. You know, I was 17. I was so ignorant and innocent to what the business was. I look at that and I think, you are a brave girl. Like, there's no way I would do that now. There's a hope in hell I would do that now. But I think the kind of raw passion and ignorance to just want to be part of this world was what kind of burnt through me at that moment.
You didn't get into 2 drama schools?
Yeah.
You applied and they said, no talent?
No.
Have you gone back to see them since?
No. No, that's okay. I probably wasn't ready. I wasn't meant to do musical theatre. They're wise. I just wasn't ready. I needed to get to know myself. And I didn't go back to study for another 3 years. And I did lots of things in that time. You know, I sang as a jazz singer in clubs where nobody listened to me, and I worked in charity shops, and I sold cereal in markets, and you know, I was in London. I could be anything I wanted to be.
Because you've mentioned depression, I wonder what you were thinking, how much you were processing, what was going on. You presumably have moved past it. Your experience might be helpful.
You know, this journey of finding a way to incubate the shadows in the women that I play comes from that moment in my life, because there were so many of the feelings that I had, and I had a lot of feeling, and I had a lot of life, and I wanted a lot from life. I was really hungry for it. And I felt like there was no place for that when I was 15. And I think that's when it imploded in on me, and when I got sick and lost myself, you know, felt like the weight, I couldn't crack the ceiling.
How did you deal with it?
I got help, I got therapy quite early on. Singing. I mean, I honestly think it's kind of saved me. Expression has saved me. Something wasn't alive then, let's just say, like it is now.
What does Sardi's mean to you?
Well, I love the history of Broadway, you know, and so, I mean, just being on this block, and I remember being a kid, and the first time I came here, it was a school field trip. They brought us all on a bus to see the musical 42nd Street. And then I think I liked it more than anybody else. And, you know, of course we had the super cheap seats, but it was so much fun. I remember riding the bus through here and getting stuck in traffic. And the first time I heard about Sardi's, it's just the stuff of legend if you're obsessed with the theater. And there's a romance to the theatrical life that, as a kid, when you fall in love with the profession, Sardi's kind of represents. I mean, we got Liza Minnelli's portrait over there. I remember once, when the first times I got to New York, I couldn't afford to eat there, but we walked into the Russian tea room just to see it, and Liza Minnelli just sucking back martinis right there at the bar. And I thought, wow, this is real. This is like a real place, Broadway, you know?
Going back to when you were 18, you were in Dead Poets Society.
That's true.
Second movie, and it's Oscar nominated. When you're in a movie like that, so young, does it set you up or does it set you up?
Well, it's a great question because it's possibly both. If you let it be the high watermark of your life, it will be. You know, if you put too much on that. You don't want anything at 18 to be the high watermark of your life, you know. I was lucky because the first film I had done was an abject failure. And I had thought it was, in 1984, I did this movie called The Explorers, which was like a $30 million movie in 1984.
Oh, yeah.
It was from the director of Gremlins. It was supposed to be a big deal. I was walking around like I was the new E.T. or something, you know. I mean, I was going to be a big star, and the movie bombed, and nobody liked it, and nobody went to see it, and I really felt like it was my fault.
You felt like it was your fault.
Yeah, I was in it with River Phoenix, whose next movie was Stand By Me, and he was jettisoned to international stardom, and I was like, oh, what didn't work about The Explorers? Me. And so I started, that was very difficult. I mean, I don't know how else to put it except that, you know, whenever the flames of your ego get fanned too much and then cold water comes on them, it's just, you feel spent and like a fool, forever thinking you might be, you know. So when Dead Poets Society was happening and people were saying it was a success, I never bought it. You know, I was like, yeah, we'll see. I just kept saying, we'll see. I don't know. And then slowly it kind of dawned on me, I guess this kind of is a success. But I was already thinking at that time about like how to use acting to make some cash so that I could have a life as a writer, so that I could be a director, so some kind of job that could sustain.
You weren't thinking acting was what you're going to be doing
I knew
until
I liked
age
it, but
54.
I didn't trust the opportunities would be there. The experience of Explorers was kind of like putting your hand on a burner. You know, I just was like, all right, you can't trust that, you know. And then slowly, with the success of Dead Poets Society, doors started opening, and I kind of inched my face through the door, and then I kind of put a foot through, and then I slowly walked through. And now here I am on CBS This Morning.
Before we move on from Dead Poets, I was rewatching Captain My Captain scene, which got me always, but now especially that scene just tears at my gut. For you?
Oh my God, it's changed. Well, first of all, there's so many things I could say about it. It's so incredible to walk around 30 years later, have people talk to you about something you did when you were 18. And it's kind of powerfully moving about the power of art, and that ideas really can transform people, and they can live beyond you. And, you know, I meet kids with Carpe Diem tattooed on their arm, you know, and they're 19 years old, you know, and the movie's speaking to them. And I know, watching Peter Weir and Robin Williams, the level of discipline and artistry that was applied to that, it wasn't a job to them, it was like a life's calling. Now there's that aspect. Now there's also a thing where that was a teaching for me. To sit there and have Robin Williams say to you, gather ye rosebuds while ye may, to be talking about Henry David Thoreau and Walt Whitman and talking about the power of ideas. There's a scene in that movie where he's talking about how to grade poetry, and he has all the kids rip it out of their, it was like, I didn't realize how much I was being taught and how that sustained me through negative criticism. It's like, there's not any rules about being a great actor. Drop dead, so you don't like it. Suck an egg, you know? It's not my problem you don't like it. You don't know what great acting is any more than I do.
Wow.
You know? And those ideas were given to me by playing the movie. And Peter Weir was a great artist who was in the center of that. And he was, luckily, he wasn't just a great artist. He was also a good teacher. And he was a caring mentor and a good father and a good man. And so I was able to witness firsthand somebody who didn't let success turn them into a blowhard. He was a person who used his success to empower others and not to fan the flames of his own ego or to have power over others. So it's like, oh, wow. So this is what success looks like. It doesn't look like some guy staring at himself in a mirror. It looks like somebody doing something for other people. Like it, I can do that. Or that's something that I could, that's a pursuit worth aspiring for. So that movie's impact on me was tremendous, but it's not like I was sitting there at 19 going, that movie changed my life. I wasn't even aware of it.
You didn't think of it.
I was just thinking about whether Susan and Molly and whoever females were in the room liked me. That's all I was thinking about.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
At that age,
that's all I
that's what
cared
you're
about.
thinking. Can you watch that movie now that Robin's gone?
It does not fundamentally change the way I watch the movie, because even at 18, I was aware of the complexity of his emotional life. I've had a lot of depression in my family, and it was obvious to me that all that power and that charisma came at a certain cost. He's a deeply, deeply sensitive person who was highly attuned to the energy of a room. And I remember once he was, making up lines, and everybody's laughing, everybody's praising him, and then I went to get a glass of water, get a bagel or something, and I saw him hiding in a little corner in he was hiding in the dark by himself. And okay. It makes a lot more sense to me now, actually. It was a lot. It was taxing. There's a lot of stories about clowns, and the happiness that they give, and at what cost.
How much that takes out of them.
Yeah. So I say all that to say the end of his life does not define his life to me, And when I watch the movie, I think of the spirit of the man that I knew on those days and how powerful it was and how much he weathered that storm of his own psyche for us and for other people. And I admire him tremendously. There aren't two of him.
So true. So beautifully put.
Well, thanks. But, and that said, there aren't two of any of us. And to remember that, there aren't two of you and there aren't two of me and everybody in this room. And so figuring out who that person is, that's the life's work.
So speaking of that,
Yeah.
so then you do this movie Reality Bites, right?
That's true.
And it launches you, right? But at the same time, you're playing this guy that a lot of people really didn't like. What was that like for you?
It was kind of funny because people thought I was Troy. So they would think, oh, that guy's so pretentious. They didn't think Troy was pretentious. They thought I was pretentious. Or they thought Winona should have gone with Ben Stiller instead of him, and they were mad at me about it. I just played the part, you guys. But I ultimately took it as a compliment. I was like, wow, they really bought that character. Because I knew I wasn't a prep school kid either. When I did Deadpool, everybody, for 5 years, everybody thought, oh, he's a prep school kid. I'm like, no, I'm not. And then, you do training day, people think you're, a tough guy or something like that, I started to learn how if you do a part really well, people just think it's you. That's why I think it's kind of funny, this joke to myself that, every time you get a prize for acting, it means you failed. Because they caught you, they can tell you're acting. But I still like prizes. So
I was going to say
that. No. I didn't want to say that out loud. No, what I mean is that there's something wonderful when it's invisible. You see Jack Nicholson in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and he won the Academy Award for that, so there goes my theory. But it just feels like he is Jack, you know? It just seems like he's making up his lines. I mean, I used to watch that movie over and over again. Like, was that in the script? Like, I just was obsessed with, he was so loose and so alive and seemed so present. And I was like, that's a magic trick.
So that's a North Star, that
Yeah,
idea.
yeah.
So it's a compliment if somebody comes up to you, because I know you've said that people come up to you in a restaurant and say that they hate you.
Yeah, that's happened before, particularly after Reality Bites. I don't know why that guy got under people's skin, it's, he was the hipster. He's the 90s hipster, too cool for school. But he was smart, and he was funny. But he was arrogant and self-satisfied, and, so I understood. But it was just my job to play him.
Didn't take it personally.
I tried not to. I just want to get another part, show him I could do something else.
So training day, okay, I think you said in an interview, you can remember every day of the shooting of Training Day?
Pretty much, that's how magical, I mean, I bet if you talk to some studio musician who recorded an album with Miles Davis or John Lennon, I bet they remember every day of that. Like, this is my profession, this is my chosen craft. This is debatably, it's not even debatable to my mind really, is the greatest American movie star. And I say American, I'm not even sure I don't know. He's the greatest movie star of our time, and he's a great actor too. and he's sustained a level of commercial success and artistic credibility simultaneously while carrying a very heavy mantle of race in America. It's astonishing, you know, and it didn't happen by accident. You know, he works really hard and he's really good at what he does. And so once you see that, you know, once I watch him fiddle with his toolkit, see the way he memorizes lines, see the way he works on it, see the way he works a set, see the ways in which he uses energy and imagination. It's like, oh, I see. There's another room to try to get into yet, you know.
So you just absorbed every single moment
I got
of
to see
working with Denzel?
the same way I felt about watching Jack Nicholson. Well, now I got to be in scenes with somebody who had that level of artistry. It was pretty thrilling. And it's good to know that there's a lot that you don't know, because it keeps you hungry and it keeps you humble, and you realize that, okay, yeah, I have not achieved that level of excellence. Like, I'm not capable of that yet.
And that didn't cow you?
No, it
Realizing that
inspired
there's-
me. You know, I was like, well, how the hell did you do that? Like, wow, when did you think of that? And it's a little bit like watching, how I imagine watching a great athlete practice. You know, you don't just magically score 40 points a game. There's a lot of practice that goes into knowing how to work a game. It's hard to get off that many shots, first of all, you know. So seeing opportunities, not waiting for people to create an environment for you to be successful in, creating the environment yourself, you know. And that's kind of the difference for me between being a child actor and an adult actor, you know. And that was around, my relationship with Richard Linklater was developing around the same time period, where we were pushing each other to expand our work. And I got to work with Denzel. I was turning 30, and a kind of transition happened that was exciting for me.
Where you felt like?
I felt like, okay, I'm gonna do this for my life. This is interesting. I've got a lot to learn, and I'm ready.
You mentioned that Denzel was able to do these big box office movies as well. Was big box office ever appealing to you, even for a moment?
Yeah, I wanted it in the right way. Training Day was the right way. I call it threading the needle, when you can make something that's commercial and artistically substantive. You know, like, it's very hard to do both of those things. Commercially viable, you know, like if you got to feed 10,000 people, right? You're going to make hot dogs, and they're not going to be delicious. You know, if I'm having 10 people over for dinner, I can make you a really nourishing, beautiful meal with the right things that's just for you, and it's going to be healthy and enjoyable. Likewise with movies, you know, if you got to entertain billions, you're going to do the film version of a hot dog, you know. And some people can do both. Some people can make a mainstream movie that is substantive and nourishing, and it's powerful. And that is the goal. But that's the goal more than the success itself. Do you know what I mean? If I could make the One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, just to riff on that one, and have it be well, yeah, I want that kind of success. You know, but I don't want success for successes. That's not the end. The point is not to get butts and seats. The point is, what do you do with them when they're there? You know?
So have you turned down opportunities where there's a big paycheck, big box office movie?
In my life?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you have to understand, it wasn't hard. Now I wish I did some of those. But the way I was thinking at that time, I just wasn't oriented that way. I was so interested in the theater, and I was so interested in a kind of punk rock spirit, and I didn't want to earn it somebody else's way. You know, I really admire people who are successful and things like that. I don't want to I wanted Before Sunrise to be a giant, huge hit, right? I mean, that's what I wanted. It wasn't, but I would rather it be an excellent movie that people want to talk about 25 years later than you know, as Larry Hart says, and you know, Larry Hart accuses Oklahoma of pandering a little bit, right? He says it gently, he says it kindly. But my favorite kind of art is when you feel like somebody's talking to you like a friend. They're not talking down to you, they're talking to you like a friend. This is the best of me, you know? And some people, the best of them is extremely populist. They're being honest. It's who they are. It's not who I really am. And so I've got to try to play my game and find you where we can really meet. You know?
That makes sense. Do you ever think about where your life might have gone had you, let's say, gotten the role in Titanic?
Yeah, I've thought about that one. Yeah, because I have to say, I would happily publicly say how much I admire the way DiCaprio's handled his career. It's awe-inspiring to me. I mean, I think he's more than anybody. I'm older than him, and so it's hard to just take your hat off to somebody younger than you. But I did that about 25 years ago with him. And I think I'm one of the few people that knows really how hard what he's accomplished. He took the success of Titanic, really did something with it. He's turned it into just really serious, interesting film after serious, interesting film. He's pushing himself as an actor, and he's doing it with the heat of the spotlight on him. It's you know, it's similar to the way that Denzel has. They're very different men, obviously, with different journeys, but it's awe-inspiring to me, the way he's used his success. That I would have coveted, you know, because he did it his way, and he made quality, and he keeps working as an actor. That, you know, a lot of my heroes, Denzel, Warren Beatty, I was admired him, and they had commercial success, but they also had they were doing artistically challenging work. And so that was, but the challenging part was the priority for me. So if I didn't see a challenge, I wasn't tempted, you know, but I didn't know. Here's the funny, this is where it was arrogant of me. I thought the offers would keep coming, you know, to sell out. But they stop coming if you turn them down. You know, if you don't make people money, they don't offer you things. And so I had these waves, like after Reality Bites or Training Day, where I would be getting offered big movies, and I was like, and I think people thought I was too cool for school. I wasn't. I was just obsessed with what I was doing, you know? And I don't think I thought that I didn't understand how much popular culture is largely for young people. When you're young, you think it's everybody. You don't realize that, oh, this is a young person's game. And those kinds of job offers are, there's a shelf life on that.
When did your shelf life, when did that hit?
You know, around the same time gray starts appearing in your beard, you know.
Suddenly those sellout movie offers aren't coming anymore.
Yeah. You have to already be making people a lot of money by the time that happens to keep going.
Makes sense. You've made a point, and you touched on this, of doing things other than acting, writing novels, directing, making documentaries. Was that a conscious decision to say, I want to balance this acting thing may not last forever?
Maybe. It's more, I don't think, it's such a roller coaster life. You like, I pour myself into Lee Raybon, right? And I'm there in Tulsa, and I'm playing this guy, and I'm driving a van, and I'm obsessed with what he's wearing, and I'm obsessed with the way he talks, and I'm meeting all these amazing people, and we're becoming friends. Show wraps, it's over. All those people. It's like when summer camp ended, and all your friends are gone, and nobody even remembers you're walking around, and your mom doesn't know how great there's no connection to your previous, that summer camp experience has no connection to your new daily life. And as an actor, that's happening to you over and over again. And you have no idea whether you're going to be out of work for a couple weeks or 2 years or 4 years or 6 months. You have no idea. And it can create a real up and down of the self-esteem, you know, and it can make you feel really lost. And what I learned kind of young was, all right, if I'm doing something, if I'm writing a book, and I get this great part, great. I can put this book in this drawer, and I go off and do this, and then it wraps, and I come back to that book, and that's me. I'm me, and here I am, I'm back, and I have some continuity in my life that's going on throughout all these different parts. And simultaneously, I'm learning about writing, and I'm learning about expressing myself, and that helps me be a better actor. As I got older and started having kids, the time for writing was getting usurped, and I discovered documentaries, which was kind of easier to put down and pick back up. And so I've made a few of those, but it's the same part of my brain that's trying to find balance in my life, Ethan's life, and gives me continuity between the characters, you know?
That's great. And you said it evens out that self-esteem, that psychological torture that it must be to go in and out of these projects.
It makes the adjustment less. You know, I work with my wife. That really helps too, because somebody else was at summer camp with you, and they come back and you guys can talk about how it went and what you learned, and so that really helps a lot.
Did you make, you're very joyful, optimistic. Did you make a conscious decision at some point to say, I can't control a lot of this as an actor, so I'm going to control my attitude?
1,000%. It's all we control is our point of view. And you can have a point of view on any situation. I've seen people in absolute triumph that should be blissed out and happy, and all they are is pissed about the residuals they didn't get, and they let it overcome their life. They are, no sooner do they win a prize than the pain of not winning it next year seems egregious. You know, there's a danger with the warmth of the spotlight can make an ordinary temperature feel really cold, you know, and you have to be really, really careful with that. And so it's your point of view that you can control. You can have a miserable experience, and if your point of view is right on it, you start to realize it's really funny. This person is a total idiot, and I'm learning a lot from them, you know, and I can't. And what's funny is I learned this young. I learned more from the films that went badly than I did from Dead Poets Society. Because when everything goes right, you just think, well, it's just, I guess that's how it rolls, you know? It's like a sailor. You'd learn more from bad weather, that you can handle storms and you can handle this. And that's been so true of my life. So you start going, if something bad's happening, guess what? This is great. So your life is actually presenting you a win-win situation. It's either going to go great or you're going to learn a ton. Both are awesome, you know? And you start getting in that headspace, then you're inviting joy in, you know? And life is so, you know, without rain, you can't have a sunny day. You know, if we lived forever, we would have no joy of life. I mean, it's the correlation of opposites, you know?
I'm imagining that this is part of what you've tried to pass on to your daughter, Maya.
All my kids.
With her specifically being in this business, is there a temptation to try to protect Maya from the heartbreak that is inevitable in this business?
No, you can't protect anybody from the heartbreak that's inevitable because, as you said, it's inevitable. It will break your heart, and that's the point. And your heart's going to open, and it's going to expand. My son is falling in love with acting, too. He just did this incredible performance of Ibsen's Ghosts at Lincoln Center, and he just wrote his own play. And I'm watching him stare this profession in the eyes. And you have to figure out who you are and what you have to offer. And getting your heart broken doesn't mean anything bad is happening. You know, that's a trick to think. It ain't gonna be all roses and sunshine. And if it was, you'd be a horrible bore. You know, it's one thing my mom said, there's only two things worth hating: an easy life and vainglory, right? And then you start to look at life. I mean, all the great athletes talk about that. You're either gonna win the game or you're gonna learn how to play better. So that's the same is true of acting in this profession. Anybody who's fallen in love has been heartbroken, and I think almost everybody would do it again.
Very true. Okay, so let's talk about prizes for a second. Going back to Training Day, your first Oscar nomination, what is the seared memory that you have from that experience?
I was sitting next to Denzel when he won. He's one of my favorite actors. It felt good.
That was it.
That was cool.
Yeah. And as far as you were not winning,
I saw the whole thing as a victory lap. You know, I knew that were not for the great light of Denzel's performance, nobody would even notice me. So I was amused. Hey, look, you know who I was nominated against? Ian McKellen for Gandalf, one of the greatest performances in cinema history, and he didn't win either. You know, another time I was nominated, I was nominated against Robert Duvall, one of my favorite actors. He didn't win either. So I mean, you take this for what it is. Denzel said something to me that I hope I'm not paraphrasing wrong, but this idea was you don't want to win now. You're too young. You know, it'll kill your drive. You don't deserve it yet. Earn it. Make sure by the time you get it, you've earned it, and you know you've earned it. You don't ever want, I'm paraphrasing here, but it was something to the point of you don't want a prize to elevate your status. You want to elevate the status of the prize. That's the goal you're chasing. I was like, gotcha. I hear you, loud and clear. So that keeps you working and keeps you hungry.
so you know where I'm going to go next.
What's
now
that?
there's Oscar buzz around Blue Moon. Do you tune that out? How do you handle that?
We live in a culture, it's really hard to tune anything out. You have to hold it in balance and be really grateful to be at this age doing this long and have that conversation even exist. That conversation existing is like a victory in and of itself, right? That's good. There's an obvious other part of you that goes hey, I've dedicated my life to this job, and this is seen as a barometer. And I would be dishonest if I didn't say that, that'd be amazing, you know? And you have to hold it in its proper place. For me, with this job, the fact that it's happening, there's particular joy accompanying it, which is that I love the movie. I've made 9 movies with Richard Linklater. I've made it with a bunch of my oldest friends. I mean, the man who did the hair and makeup on it, David Atherton. We've done a bunch of things together, and a lot of different things I've learned along the way were involved in the making of this particular movie. And so that would feel special. I wouldn't be the actor I am without my friendship and collaboration with Richard Linklater. So that feels appropriate to me, but you also have to, I remember, this is so corny, but it just flashed through my head. I was 11, 12 or something, and I said to my mother, I said, what's gonna happen with my life? What's gonna happen, you know? And I remember it so vividly, in the kitchen, Doris Day, when I was just a little girl. You know, it goes into Que Sera, Sera, you know, and you have to have a little Que Sera, Sera, you know? I find I don't take any of it for granted. That's, I guess, the right answer. Any little bit of it.
Beautiful. Que sera, sera.
Right? My mom literally pranced around the whole kitchen. She sang the whole
She did,
song.
she
I was
sang.
like, Mom, stop. Mom, this is embarrassing.
But did you get the point?
Well, I'm 55. I'm talking to you about it, so I think I got the point. Yeah.
Whatever will be, will be.
It will. Will we have rainbows day after day?
I want to get into tech and storytelling, but first we're a few weeks away from the premiere of the film, and I wonder what's going on in your mind.
Nervous.
Are you nervous
kidding?
after all these
Always,
years?
Always. I was nervous before every film I've ever released. We're 3 years after The Way of Water. Audiences have not come back to the cinemas, right? So there are market forces that are kind of above my pay grade. And then there's, what do people think about sequels? Do they see it as an opportunity to follow characters that they love, or do they feel like it's just a sequel? You know, I mean, there are so many variables going into the release of a film. I feel good about the film. I feel the film sticks the landing. It fulfills my goals as an artist. But like I said, there are market forces outside my control.
I'm told production wrapped about a week ago.
We delivered the film. So production depends on what you call production. So the last time I worked with the actors was maybe a year ago.
Okay.
Right? A very long post because of all the VFX shots, obviously. We captured the actors for movie 2 and movie 3. So Sigourney, Sam, Una, everybody, in starting in September of 17 and going into 18, right? So about a year and a half of capture. So that's where it all starts. It all starts with that performance, with the writing and the performance and me working directly with the actors. And then the way I've been thinking about it lately is I then shoulder the burden of all the technical stuff, including cinematography, lighting, shot selection, lens selection, all that sort of thing. I take that all off of them, and I play that out over the subsequent years.
You say stick the landing.
Yeah.
How do you know when the film has stuck the landing?
If I can make myself cry. For me, it's all about the feelings, right? You set this story in motion. You invest in these characters. You learn their problems and their conflicts. And now you're going to go on a journey with them through their lives. And they're going to hit moments that are very hard for them. That's my goal. And if I can still feel a little bit of emotion, maybe a lot, in the moments where that's meant to be there, then I know the movie's working. If I can't feel it, then I think there's something wrong. What am I doing wrong? Is it the music? Is something else? You know what I mean? Because I think of myself as a very average audience member. My film...
I don't believe that.
Well, no. I mean, I think it's, in terms of taste, it's very middle of the road. You know, my film school was not USC. It was not a film aesthetics course. It was the drive-in movie theaters of Orange County. And so it's very blue collar. My taste, my personal taste in movies. I mean, I think, you know, look, I'm capable of thinking on those other levels and seeing the symbolism and all the things that good filmmakers do well. But ultimately, you got to stick the landing. It's got to hit me in the heart.
Take me through that drive-in education of yours.
It was whatever was coming out, and I never knew ahead of time. I never read up. We didn't have the kind of media available then where you know everything about a movie before you go see the movie. It was just what's playing, you know, and I'd either go with my wife or I'd go with a couple of my friends with a six-pack and in a Chevy van, and, you know, I like drive-ins, you know, I don't know why, I just liked them.
I grew up going to the drive-in in Wellfleet, Massachusetts. Yeah, there was just
no
something...
image quality, dark, crap sound, you know, but I was captivated by the story. No sophistication was my point. Now later, because I had this urge to make films as well, once I started making them, I realized, okay, there's a burden of responsibility here. I need to study a little bit of film theory and, you know, history. I mean, you talk to Steven Spielberg, he can run rings around me when it comes to what actor was in what film, you know, and when, and who the director was and all that. But, you know, I try to keep up.
If crap sound and grainy film was enough to draw you in, why so much sophistication in your work today?
I'll tell you exactly, and it's psychological. I always felt that the better show I put on, the more it would hide, it would spackle over my inadequacies as a filmmaker or as a writer. It starts from wanting to put on a spectacular show.
So James Cameron has imposter syndrome? Is this what I'm hearing?
Yeah, of course.
Even now?
I think any good artist does. I think the more confident, I mean, I don't want to say confident. Confidence is important, but arrogance is the enemy of bearing your soul. You know, I think ultimately the only way through is through a truth or an authenticity to yourself, right? So whenever I look for a film, it's like, what am I saying? What am I learning? What am I exploring that I'm curious about? And what am I going to say about my perspective on life? Not my life. I don't care if you know about my life, but my perspective on life, which has been learned the hard way, often. You know, let's say in the Avatar films, especially 2 and 3, as a parent, right? As somebody who's been in relationships, who's had love, who's lost love, someone who's a parent, I've been a parent of teenagers, which is what drove me to write the particular stories that I wrote for 2 and 3. Actually, here's something most people don't know. 2 and 3 were all one script at one point, and it was just so jam-packed and mashed in that it didn't have any breath. I needed to breathe with the characters, so I split it into two separate stories and opened it up. Our plan was going in, when I broke story with the other screenwriters, our plan was to do that whole story in one movie. And when we got down to writing it, it just didn't work at all. I didn't feel natural. I didn't feel like the scenes really worked. They were being glossed over. It was like driving by on a bullet train, you know. So I called the studio and I said, I think I might want to break this into 2 movies. They're like, no! And I said, well, what point of you get an extra opportunity to make $2 billion is lost on you? You know, I literally said something like that.
And what was
they
the
were like,
response?
no. So I went back and I tried to solve it for another 6 months, and finally, just one day I got a light bulb for how to do it, and it was, from that moment, it was irrevocable. So then I called them up and the conversation went like this: it's 2 movies, like it or not. And it became 2 movies.
And they didn't say no.
No, because I reiterated the argument. This is an additional opportunity for you to make $2 billion. So shut up.
And also for you to explore.
I don't really talk that way. And by the way, I was talking to Jim Giannopoulos, who was the head of Fox at the time, and he and I are pals, so I could actually get away with a little bit more with him, because we were kind of like an old married couple. It'd be like, okay, Jim, yeah, right.
This was also an opportunity, as you say, to explore your curiosity, and I wonder what you were most curious about in exploring with Fire and Ash.
Grief. I know it sounds like it's a downer movie, and it really isn't, but I did feel that commercial filmmaking, big spectacle filmmaking, does not serve grief well. So it's not that I painted myself in a corner. I knew what I was doing. We kill off the eldest son. So we put this beautiful romance, this interracial love story between interspecies love story between Jake and Neytiri. They love each other so profoundly. How do we put that at risk? You can't tell a love story without putting it at risk. And when you're telling a multi-part, you know, kind of franchise story or saga over a number of films, you can put it at a great deal of risk. And it occurred to me that obviously their conflict over what do we do about the human invasion. He's part human. She's 100% Na'vi. They may differ. How does being parents put their sort of gung-ho warrior spirit in jeopardy? And then losing a child, the ultimate horror, the ultimate unimaginable for any parent. What does that do to them and their relationship? And how does that really sharpen up those conflicts that they've been having and pull them into the room and into the forefront? And you know, you've seen the film, so you know that we don't shy from that stuff. We go down those, what some movies might consider a side alley that they don't really need to spend time on. I don't think that superhero films, for example, deal with grief, really. You know, you just want to get back to your baseline state, which is the superhero is doing the superhero thing that they're supposed to do. And they're never sort of deeply threatened emotionally or psychologically, not enough to change them, right? Because we don't want to change them. They've been going strong for 40 years, 50 years. We don't want to change them too much. They need to rebound. But what you find from grief in real life is it changes you, and you don't change back.
Grief,
you know,
and emotion and technology don't always go hand in hand.
No, not at all.
How do you use your technology to bring out that very human element?
All film is technological. For 125 years, we used cameras, we used photochemical emulsions running through sprockets and gears and lenses, and there's optical science. And then when VFX came along, there were optical printers and then computers and CG and all that. It's always been technical. So how do good filmmakers understand the technology, use it as a tool, and not let it invade the heart and soul of what they're trying to communicate? The reason I hid away how we do the performance capture, because you see somebody in a helmet with a camera on a boom right here, and you see this marker suit, and it doesn't look like the character. And the instantaneous interpretation is, oh, well, this is a technical thing. They're kind of like robots, and we're getting some kind of something from them, and then we're playing around with it and turning it into something later. The thing that I love about it, this is counterintuitive. The thing that I love about it is the most pure form of acting, which makes it the most pure form of a director-actor creative relationship because of all the things it isn't. We're not doing coverage. You don't have to perform the scene over and over and over and hit the same marks and hit the same emotional beats for the close-up and the wide shot and the 3-shot and everything else. There's no coverage. So once I've gotten that moment, and we love that moment, as myself as a director, and if the actors are happy, I'm happy, we're done. Now I'll go off and I'll impose those angles and that coverage and that lighting and everything on that later. And they don't have to worry about it.
Let's expand on this, specifically performance capture, because I watched the behind-the-scenes documentary, and it was incredible. There is the sound stage. When you go inside, it almost looks like your stars are astronauts in training, but it is what is known as performance capture.
Yeah.
So what is performance capture?
So performance capture, we use essentially a glorified game engine, which is a real-time render system, and we use a whole bunch of cameras to capture the body performance of the actor, and we use a single camera, or now we use actually two, one on top of the other, to video their face. It's actually very simple in its essence. I'm just videoing the actor's face, but that video camera goes wherever they go. There's no hiding from it. They're in a close-up 100% of the time. But there's a beautiful thing about being in a close-up 100% of the time. It means you're never in a close-up in your mind. The show doesn't stop so that we can come in on a 100-millimeter lens. And so you just have to be real. You know, and the actors have talked about this. You know, other actors who haven't done it have a misconception about it. They think it's artificial. I would say it's the purest form of acting. It's very much like theater rehearsal. Before you've even figured out the set, and before you've even gotten the marks down, and long before there's an audience there, you're just exploring. There's a director, sometimes there's a playwright, and there's some actors, and you start getting it up on its feet, and you start moving around. And I always say that the dialogue compels the body to do something, sometimes nothing, sometimes insular, sometimes moving. Who knows? When I write it, I don't know what they're going to do. I want to see that interpretation through their life, through their lived experience and their experience as an actor. I want to see that. Now I'll start blocking the scene. So it's the opposite of coming in. Most directors have to come in super prepared. Okay, here are my storyboards, here's my previs. You have to stand right there and you have to do the line from there. It's like, okay, you've already taken away half the creativity, right? Now you cut it in half again, because as a live action filmmaker, I'm watching you, but I'm also seeing what's happening with the clouds outside the window. I'm looking at the sun angle and how it's moving the shadows across the floor, and I'm gonna have to put in a silk there, and I'm gonna have to do this, and then there's some extras in the background that aren't doing what they're supposed to do. Talk to the first AD. The dolly track goes here, jib arm goes here. I need you to do a slow move in like this. I want you to back pan and do a slight zoom during the back pan. This is like your life on a live action set. On a performance capture set, they got 100% of me. And they can feel that as a creative dance, right?
I know you've got this monitor, the monitors that are helping assist with you seeing the background, but
Yeah.
when you're in this empty space and you're not near those monitors, how are you seeing what no one else can see?
I'm just looking. I'm just there. And you know, it's like the principle of wildlife photography is you get them used to the camera, right? Well, the creative process is the water hole, and I'm the cameraman in the hide, but they're all used to me. So, you know, I'll ask them, you know, am I in your visual space? And they always say no, because they just tune me out. They don't see me. They're like the way a teenager sees their parents, you know what I mean? Which is they barely exist unless you want something, you know. So I'm just there. I could be this far away. You know, I won't intrude in the scene, obviously, but I'm where I can see what they're doing and how they're moving. Now, that said, it's very important for us to shoot reference cameras. So I've got some handheld operators that come in with me, and they gently surround the actors, and they zoom in, and then I'll see what we call a matrix, which is I'll see Zoe's close-up and Sam's close-up and Sigourney's close-up. And, you know, we have to fight sometimes hard to make sure that we don't miss anything. And that's a little bit of a technical limitation. Maybe that takes 5% of my energy. But I'll go back and I'll go over and I'll look at playback. And once I know that they're getting it, I won't look at that again. Once I know that my blocking that I do with my virtual camera is sound, I won't look at that again, because I don't get obsessed in the lighting and the particulars of the shots.
You call yourself a geek, and I want the origin story of the geek, because Hollywood was not originally where you had set your sights on.
No, not at all.
As a kid
Not
growing
at
up in
all.
Canada, it was science.
I was so far from Hollywood that I didn't even know anybody that knew anybody that had ever worked on a film as a carpenter. You know what I mean? It was like, it's not like growing up in LA where you're 6 degrees of separation probably from a movie star. You know, it was rural Canada, a little town, 1,500 people, but I lived in a world of my imagination. It was comic books, it was science fiction, it was movies, science fiction books. I read a lot, movies, TV shows, and you know, I mean, I had a pretty fertile imagination. I had a lot of wild dreams, and I even harvested imagery from those dreams as I got into my late teens and 20s. Drawing, I was an artist, so I think there's a difference between taking in and then having an imagination, and then having that imagination actually externalize. And I think the second you start externalizing, for me it was through writing, it was through drawing and painting. You start externalizing, and then that takes you down a path. I didn't know if I was going to, I mean, I was a very confused young person.
As we all were.
And we all were, right?
Yeah.
Right? But in confused, some people just know what they're going to do. Most people don't. And I couldn't decide. I was fascinated by science. I went to college and majored in physics.
And what happened? Because you
astronomy.
then switched to English.
Well, I started to think, all right, my math is not strong enough to really make any kind of fundamental breakthroughs in physics. I understood physics very well. My math wasn't quite as quick as it needed to be.
You wanted to make a difference with whatever it was you pursued.
Somehow, yeah, maybe. I guess I wouldn't have come to that conclusion. I said, all right, maybe I should be a storyteller. You know, maybe I love stories, I love fiction, I love reading. Let me study English then. So I switched majors after the first year from physics and marine biology to English. Then I just dropped out. It's like, okay, I want to live life. No point trying to write if I haven't experienced anything.
And you were living life, and I guess that experience includes you were a truck driver?
Janitorial
janitorial
I was a machinist,
services?
I was a high school janitor, you know, all kinds of blue collar jobs, and I was happy being a blue collar guy. It gave me just room to imagine. I wasn't, you know, a doctor who's on call 24/7. You know what I mean? The work was a very bounded thing, and it gave me a lot of time to think and read and imagine and draw and write and so on.
What was that transformative moment? How did you go from blue collar to Hollywood?
Watching Star Wars. I'll tell you why. Because in my mind, I used to put my headphones on and listen to fast electronic music and imagine space battles. Hyperkinetic space battles with all kinds of maneuvers and energy weapons and people going through debris fields and all that. And then I saw a movie that if I believed in like people reading your mind with the laser beam and, you know, like the tinfoil people, right? I'd have thought they took that from my brain. Well, my conclusion was a little less mentally ill. It was, if the things I'm seeing in my mind can be the same things that are in a movie that's the #1 movie in movie history, then I've got a saleable imagination. And then I just started to figure out how to do it, how to start making, you know, fantastic films. I didn't want to just make films, I wanted to make fantastic films. And so I started to study visual effects. And the way I did it was, I didn't have the money to go to USC or anything like that, so what I used to do is I'd go down to USC, I'd go bury myself on a Saturday when I wasn't driving a truck in the stacks, and I'd read everything I could find on optical printing and front screen projection and you know, sodium process traveling mat and I mean, I knew all that stuff.
Self-taught.
It's all self-taught, completely autodidactic. I'd Xerox all these scholarly papers, put them all in binders. I had this shelf full of black binders that had essentially a graduate course in visual effects and cinematography. And so when I finally got hired by Roger Corman to work in the model shop on a cheap-ass science fiction film called Battle Beyond the Stars, I knew more than everybody else. And I shot through that place so fast, you know, pretty soon I was running my own VFX unit, camera unit, and then I became the production designer on the film, and then, you know, so it happened quickly.
Do you have any texts from USC that you have yet to return?
No, I never took anything out. I spent a fortune on Xerox, you know.
As a pioneer of CGI, and I'm thinking of The Abyss.
Mm-hmm.
What was the reaction? Was there pushback when you wanted to implement?
You mean
CGI?
from the studio?
Yeah. Or from
No,
the
they-
industry at large? Was there a fear of technology?
No, I think that came later. I think there was a time after after Terminator 2, when I was founding Digital Domain, and Steven had either just done or was about to do Jurassic Park. I think he had just done it. And there was this sense that, oh, they're going to start doing people. Oh, we're going to replace actors. And I've had actors back in that time. This is 30 years ago now, right? More than 30 years ago. Actors say, "Oh, you're just trying to replace us." They're like, no. We love actors. We love actors. We just want our imaginations to be able to flow freely. And I think that persisted for a long time, even up through Avatar. Actors didn't understand what we were doing, and for some reason, I know exactly what it was. I didn't want to pull the curtain back and show people in capture suits. I wanted the characters to just be real in the minds of the audience. I wanted the magic to be kind of unblemished by like how it was done. I now realize that was a mistake, because for years there was this sense that, oh, they're doing something strange with computers and they're replacing actors. When in fact, once you really drill down and you see what we're doing, it's a celebration of the actor-director moment and the actor-to-actor moment. It's a celebration of, I call it the sanctity of the actor's performance moment. And we're celebrating that, Now, go to the other end of the spectrum, and you've got generative AI, where they can make up a character, they can make up an actor, they can make up a performance from scratch with a text prompt. It's like, no, that's horrifying to me. That's the opposite. That's exactly what we're not doing.
And why is it horrifying to you?
It's horrifying to me because I don't, first of all, I don't want a computer doing what I pride myself on being able to do with actors. I don't want to replace actors. I love working with actors. I'm not even really an animator. I'm not interested in animating. I'm interested in directing. So it's all about how I can write something and how I can assist them through a process of finding that emotional moment. And I don't think that's ever going to change, frankly. I don't think Gen AI is going to come in and replace that. I think Gen AI will play a role in making VFX more efficient and therefore cheaper, and then opening back up. See, right now, imaginative films, fantastic films, science fiction films, they're starting to die off as a breed because they're expensive, and the theatrical marketplace has contracted. And so now studios are only comfortable spending those kinds of dollar amounts with blue chip IP, that which we've seen, that which we know. So a movie like Avatar would never get made in that environment. That was brand new IP. Nobody had ever heard of it.
Avatar takes us to these incredible worlds, and now AI, pilfering the work that you and others have done, can create that on demand for the consumer on their phone. Do you worry that access to images, video, people even riding dragons in some of these will undermine your work and the artistry behind Hollywood?
It might, but it also causes us to have to set our bar to a very disciplined level and to continue to be out-of-the-box imaginative, right? We've seen plenty of examples of kind of alien forests with beautiful pastel colors, purples and greens and so on, since Avatar. Nobody had done that before Avatar. Nobody, right? So once you have the example, you can iterate on the example. But what generative AI can't do is create something new that's never been seen. And the other thing, if you think about it, the models, it's a magic trick. I mean, what they can do is quite astonishing. But the models are trained on everything that's ever been done before that. It can't be trained on that which has never been done. So you will innately see essentially all of human art and human experience put into a blender, and you'll get something that is kind of an average of that, right? So what you can't have is that individual screenwriter's unique lived experience and their quirks. You can't find, you won't find the idiosyncrasies of a particular actor. And by the way, the people that become stars, they're quirky. They're not the average beauty. They're not the average handsome. And they're not the average affect. They have something unique, and they all have something unique. That you can't
It
can't
almost
do.
sounds like you're saying generative AI presents not just challenges to the industry, but an opportunity to evolve beyond.
Yes, exactly. I think it sets a bar high for our idiosyncratic, it's kind of like you're going acoustic. After synthesizers were able to emulate orchestras, I think that now that generative AI can just do new music and it's very credible and do new songs in the style of or, emulating, it's like, well, now the act of performance, the act of actually seeing an artist creating in real time will become sacred, more so, right?
You've had this incredible path. Avatar, to me, as I listen to you tell your story, sounds like the culmination of all of your passions, where science intersects with storytelling, cinema, obviously, and then entwined in it all is this environmental message that you carry through.
Exactly, and that was the critical thing. It seems like a no-brainer in retrospect, except there were no big, expensive Hollywood movies that were about the environment. There was Fern Gully, a tenth the scale of Avatar. In fact, the head of 20th Century Fox, who shall remain nameless for purposes of this discussion, said, pretty good script. Is there any way that we can get out all this kind of hippie tree hugging? And I said, no, actually, the reason that I want to make this movie and why it's important to me is because of exactly all the tree hugging hippie. So maybe we're done here. And I started to get up and he was like, oh, no, don't be like that,
You're clever in getting your way, and the things that you have done to hustle, using a studio to help with your sea exploration. And it sounds like also in this case, using a script and something that is classified as action and adventure to tell a story that isn't always digestible.
Right, exactly. And sometimes science fiction is a great lens, science fiction or fantasy. I think of Avatar as kind of allegorical fantasy in the guise of science fiction, because it's got a little bit of technical Baroque detail around it, but really it's a fantasy, that you're going to walk in the body and the shoes and through the eyes of this alien presence and become somebody else in their world. I don't think scientifically that if we go to an exomoon of a planet in the Alpha Centauri star system, we're going to find people that look like us and talk like us, except for their cattail and their ears. That's not very logical. But people go with the illogic of it. I think movies are kind of a waking dream state. In a way, we were talking about this earlier before we rolled, a kind of a lucid dream that's consensual. You've paid to have that dream. You have an idea of what it will be, but it still unfolds for you in a way that you didn't expect. Ideally, a movie should always surprise you.
So let's talk first about how this pairing came about, because Hugh, you were attached to the project first. And as I understand it, you were watching some TV show and Kate was on it?
It's this little known show, CBS Sunday Morning.
Just a little show.
I got a phone call from Michelle, who works with me. We've been friends forever, and we've been talking about, she'd read the script and she texted me, she said, are you watching CBS Sunday Morning? I said, I'm not. Normally am. By the way. And that sounded sucky, but it's true. I normally am. And I wasn't, and she said, you got to see it, check out Kate. I think she's Claire. And I went, huh. So after I turned it on, and there was Kate promoting her debut solo album. And what I loved the way you were talking about music. I loved that you allowed the cameras to, not only on stage, but in the studio. And I was like, I knew you had a great voice. I already knew that, but there was something about watching you do your own stuff at this part of your life, talking about this part of your life and where you're at. I texted Craig Brewer, the writer-director, and I said, Kate Hudson is Claire, Claire is Kate. And he just said, oh my God, perfect. Tracy, as much as I could see it and feel it, nothing prepared me from day one of rehearsal through till the end, till I saw the movie.
What do you mean?
Of Kate's performance. Wow. Because it was like, I could feel it. You just know, I'm like, oh, she's gonna be perfect, she's amazing, and I love her, and I love her as an actress, but then when there's somehow an alchemy of a part to an actress at the time, when that all comes together, magic. And it blew me away. No, that's a compliment to you, and then you just have to accept it, and there's no volley back.
I wanted to volley it back so
no,
bad.
that was an ace,
Okay.
and you just let it go.
Okay.
Before we, well, you know what? Let's talk about the script first. And what did you love about this story?
Well, I think I'm good to talk about this because he saw the documentary before he read the script, and I read the script before I knew it was a documentary, and it read just like a great, epic story that you don't see very often anymore. One that's reminiscent of movies that we love. Kind of that like nostalgic feeling that it has, but it just was like the power. It had so many themes about love. Great love story, but it's also a love story to family and to music and to fandom. And then inside of this like big love story is just like these people who have so much resilience and grit. And I was like, I don't get to see these very often. And the fact that he was doing it, I thought was so exciting because, you know, he was like the perfect Mike. And then I saw the documentary, and then I thought, wow, Craig's script was so like brilliant and wonderful because he was able to sort of condense this long period of time into, you know, a 2-hour film and a great read from beginning to end. That's how I felt about this.
Everything you said, I also cried when I saw the documentary. When we did our first read-through, like a table read,
it's like
everyone
insane.
was crying. But there was something about the tears that
There was a couple that were weeps. There was some weeping.
I mean, I can watch a movie like a Crime versus Crime. There's movies you can watch and you cry, but there's movies where you cry and it feels great.
Yeah.
That's what I loved about this story. You know, I would tell everyone I came across. I was like, what are you working on? I said, you've got to hear about this story. You just got to, because it's so inspiring, and, you know, parts of it are going to make you cry because you're going to go on this ride, but you're going to feel great.
Yeah, that like terms of endearment type of cry.
Right.
It's a great cry.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, life,
Right.
life, love.
And then you have 13 Neil Diamond songs.
Yeah.
So you have that. So I've been in screenings where there's laughter, sing-along, and crying. And I was like,
How
get
many
that every
movies
day.
how many movies can you say that about, right?
Not for me. I mean, X-Men 1, 4, and 7 had elements of that.
So clearly you were familiar with each other before this, but how well did you know each other before this project?
Not very well. We actually, it's become a bit of a joke because I remember when we first met, but she has no recollection.
I don't
So
remember meeting him.
That's the impression I
Which is so
made.
weird because it was in my mom's house. It was at my parents' house. So I feel like I would, how could you not?
I mean, I was handing around hors d'oeuvres. But
I was like, how could I have forgotten meeting Hugh Jackman? I mean,
But you blew in, it was in the kitchen, and you just came, as she is now, like this breath of fresh air, like, whoo, you were like, hi, and I'm like, hi. And it was like, oh, wow, I'm sitting at the cool kids table, this is great. And then you just
Left.
Anyway, I said, do you remember? And you were like, no.
I was like, I don't remember. But you know, I kind of
we did
live
it.
life that way a little bit. But I won't remember this in like a year.
Yeah. It's here.
I literally when you said that, I was like, not okay.
But then
I was like,
then
I
we
need
did a
more
workshop
lion's
together
mane. Yes,
for,
which I
for a musical, which never ended up happening.
which I did remember, and it was amazing.
Yes. We ran into each other a bit, but I've always just been a fan, and but
Every time I'd see Hugh, like whether it be at an event or something, because you see people and it's always like, hi, how are you? But there's certain people who have a way about them. Hugh's way, that light and that generosity and that openness, when you even just see him in passing, then working with you became like, oh, that is everything you think Hugh is, he is that and more.
So how well do you know each other now?
oh, well, very well.
Very well.
Very well. Yeah.
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 Except
We
consummating.
Yeah. No.
Beyond that, pretty much everything.
So talk about you touched on this before, but these roles, are these roles, we have to move past that now.
Yep.
Are these roles different than roles you've been offered before?
Well, yeah, for me, yeah, I don't think these scripts are around very often. So it depends on what you mean by that question.
So let me ask you specifically, because last time we talked, you said that you felt like you were put in a box as an actor and not a singer, and clearly you proved everyone wrong on that front. Do you feel like you've been put in a box as an actor, as a certain type of actor? And was this a role that maybe wasn't necessarily coming around that often?
I think, yes, absolutely. I think that's, yes, of course. I think that the second I became famous as the Andy Anderson how-to girl and rom-com kind of success, getting out of that kind of how people want to see you in that light, especially as a woman, is really hard, is very challenging. So you're constantly, looking for other things to be doing, and it's like even coming off of Almost Famous and then doing How to Lose a Guy and then doing other things that were successful, it's still like something like people can't really see you other than the things that are the big movies that you do. And so to see you as small characters or more character-driven things, which is kind of what I love to do in terms of like my art, like that's what I'd like to be doing, more things like that. It's harder for, I think, directors and studios to see you in those things when something is so bright in another area. And so it's kind of like, it's like, you honor it and you love it and you always want to do it, because I always want to do my comedies and rom-com. I love it. But then you also have to work a little bit harder to maintain some sense of like, I am also would like to do all these other things.
Not anymore.
No.
I felt with Mike, it was somehow demanding or asking of me so many different facets of the things I love to do that it's a cricket term, you don't have it in baseball. I guess Atami's a bit like it, but in cricket we say you're an all-rounder, which means you basically you pitch and you bat, you do everything. And so I like to do a bit of everything. I have a musical where I do performances, I'll host the Oscars, I'll play Wolverine in action movies. Or this had sort of, Mike's got that masculinity in a way of a Wolverine. He's like and yet he's a performer and he wears sequin, and he'll dress up, and there was singing and there was drama and there was relationship. It felt like it had everything.
You touched on this, but how tricky is it to play real life people?
Well, I think Craig, I think we had the ability to play people that are not known. They're not very well known, right? So I think Craig, one of the things was we weren't married to the sort of mimicking of these characters, which I think is harder if you're playing someone that's incredibly well known. Must be, a much more challenging in terms of like feeling the freedom inside certain like movements and characteristics and things like that. So but inside of that, you want to honor again these people, and Claire and Mike. We had the documentary that was so great. I mean, it was such a great resource. But Craig really wanted us to trust our instincts too, to not just stay, connected to like exactly the way Mike would have done it or exactly the way Claire would have done it.
It's funny because you say you're playing people who aren't well known, and yet at the same time you're playing people who aren't well known, playing people who are well known.
Right.
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 It's like
Neil Diamond, and at one point you're playing Patsy Cline, right?
Yeah.
So that's got to be, what's that process like?
It's sort of fun. That's why I was glad we were in the recording studio. I think we did it. I did a vocal because we're both singers. We both have our own style, and so I had to kind of get rid of that, find Mike, and then find Mike finding Neil. Although he's, I'm an interpreter, I don't want an impersonator. It was actually, that recording was like a rehearsal, like a finding of him for me.
Also, like an instrument, like if you have, like, I don't see my voice as like the greatest technical instrument, but in terms of performance, like I can change, like I can change my voice. I can change it to what the character is demanding of my voice, and try to lean into a more Patsy Cline sound, lean into, like the hardest thing for me was finding my own voice, because I've done so much singing in other things, like whether it be in theater, in school and theater, or singing other people's music. Finding like your own instrument that is connected to like your soul, it was a much harder thing for me than, finding out how to create, like use the instrument to get certain sounds for Patsy. I loved singing those Patsy Cline songs. I wish I had like 2 more Patsy Cline.
Yeah, that was so good.
And they just did this thing at the Grand Ole Opry it's like 100 years, and they're doing a whole Patsy Cline thing at the Grand Ole Opry. I was really trying to get out there to sing a Patsy Cline song.
And?
I didn't have time.
Too much going on.
Maybe another time.
Yeah.
So you talked a bit about the reactions that you've seen. I know you screened it for Goldie and Kurt.
Yeah, we had, and it was Ella seeing it for the first time. Anderson is amazing in this movie, who plays my daughter, his stepdaughter, and her mother. And so it was a room of about, I'd say 10 or 11 people. Brad, my publicist, my agent. It was the team and my parents. And it was great. I mean, I think everybody had the same reaction. It was just a bunch of tears, and everyone loved the movie. And my big thing was thinking, I was watching my mom watch it, I was like, God, because I'm so, I guess, not the glamorous version of myself, or even honestly, my version, I was a bit heavier and didn't see my skin person for a while. I was like, God, it must be so interesting for my mom to see her middle-aged daughter on the screen. She must have been like, oh my God, she's middle-aged.
Go ahead.
No, finish.
No.
Did they share a reaction with you? Did they say anything?
Oh, they loved the movie. They loved the movie. They loved it. They were so, they just think I think amongst other people, I think they have probably a similar reaction to a lot of people are having when they see the movie. I think they love movies like this, and they just enjoyed every second, and they loved us. Yeah. Although my parents don't like that word for some reason.
Proud?
Okay.
Yeah, because it feels like it takes ownership.
I understand. Yeah,
They're like,
cool.
it's not, yeah, they loved it.
I had a couple of cool reactions. First was my agent, Patrick Whitesall of 30, but he rang me and I've never heard him so. He was like, dude, brother, I need to see it again. I'm like, I've never heard him say that before. And the other one was Neil Diamond rang, and he was teary, and he was with his wife, Katie, and he just absolutely loved it. He loved the movie. He knew of the story and the documentary, and obviously he gave rights to his music, to his catalogue, and that was awesome, because of all the things we're paying homage to in this movie, of course, one of them is Neil Diamond, and who he is and what he represents, him as a songwriter, him as a musician, him as an artist, and he connects to Mike. He's like, I'm from Brooklyn. I ended up being Neil Diamond, but I would still be doing it. I'd be at the local bar and I'd be doing my thing, and he loved it. That was really cool.
Yeah, he loves karaoke. As a matter of fact, I did just get a Christmas time invite to karaoke at the Diamond's house.
That is so
Because
great.
Hugh has already karaokeed
He's already
with him.
karaoke'd. I have not yet.
Someone's very competitive.
And I
When you
just
say you
found
got
a
an
little
invite,
thing, and
when
she
you
was
say you
like,
got
are
an
you going to be
invite,
home?
did
Come
you-
over. We can karaoke too.
Was there a pre-call? So I heard.
Yeah, so what's going on with this? Hugh got to karaoke.
And I'm your neighbor. That's weird.
And you karaokeed with him, and he also gave you a kiss?
He did. On my forehead. He put his arm around me like that, and I sort of leant, and he just kissed me on the forehead. It was like, the whole night was, he walked up on the porch, we were in Colorado, and he said, you did good, kid. And then he said, you want to do some karaoke? And I'm like, yeah. And he sang first. He sang I Dreamed a Dream. And I said, why did you sing that song? And he goes, well, it's just such a pretty tune. And then we sang Can't Help Falling in Love with You. And then Sweet Caroline.
Yeah, it's so funny. He's such a national treasure, isn't he? Because he's so anthemic. Like, all his songs are such anthems. And they're songs that are played in times of celebration, especially Sweet Caroline. I mean, whether it be in sport or in weddings or bar mitzvahs or, movies, film, different films. I was even thinking he was in The Materialists. Sweet Caroline's in that movie. But I was thinking about it, like, his music is it's so, I didn't really even know his music before we did this. I didn't, because I wasn't like, that wasn't my era of music. I was like a Madonna girl in the 80s and then, a hip hop grunge girl in like the 90s. So Neil Diamond to me was a discovery other than the big anthems. And when you're playing someone's music and then you're playing other people that are playing their music, we kind of did our own interpretation of his songs. Mm-hmm. And to get sort of his love back for that is so great. I mean, what an amazing thing. His catalog is insane. He's written so many songs. And if you haven't delved into his music, like, you're going to be shocked how prolific he is as a songwriter. So what a joy that he loved watching it. And he did also say that he feels like every decade or so that his music something comes along that gives his music a new life and introduces it to a new generation. And he seemed incredibly grateful for this and excited that people were going to listen to his music again.
As you know, this film is part of the Oscars conversation. You both have been nominated before. Does it get easier or harder to be in this dance again?
My God. I feel like I was nominated back in like 1971. How long ago was that?
I have a funny story to tell about my first round. Well, my only round of being nominated. I never forget the morning of, my publicist, Alan, rang me in the morning. He goes, how you doing, champ? I said, I'm good. I'm getting ready. He goes, great. Don't worry about writing a speech. I said, no? And he goes, yeah, don't worry about it. What? I said, just go and have a great night. And I was like, cool, good to know. And so we did and went along and we got to sing One Day More. And I thought this was great. I think it's just a given. If you're nominated and there's a Daniel Day-Lewis in the category, just don't worry about writing a speech.
Was he in your category?
Yes, he was.
Oh my God. What was he not? What did he win?
Lincoln, the small little movie, Lincoln.
You're like one.
And I said, what are you talking about? He goes,
8 years, Daniel Day-Lewis does a movie and you're in that category. It's like, oh God.
Curses. Does it get easier?
Sure. Yeah, does it get?
What do you think?
I think it's such a funny thing because there is like the Oscar conversation and it is this sort of campaigning of the thing in the movies and there's this whole whirlwind that you go on and you sort of become like, I remember the first time it's like, I was the class of 2001, you become this sort of, group of people that are going around the world and having this actually really amazing experience celebrating what people are saying are their favorite movies of the year and performances of the year. And that part feels really good because it just is like, you want to make good movies and you want people to love them. And so there's some movies that are for audiences and there are some that we make for audiences. There's some movies that are really more focused on critics and critical acclaim. And then there's some movies that might have both. And honestly, for us, like if the conversation and the hope that this movie can be something that entertains and at the same time be in that conversation is actually really special. And so I don't take any of it like lightly or for granted in any way. And and it, yeah. And also I feel like this feels like the first real year back after all of the stuff in movies, whether it be COVID, the strike, like all of a sudden there's all these great movies that are, you know, happening, and the festivals were sort of ripe and full of great work. So it feels really like amazing to be a part of that right now, you know? That's...
When I was in that round for Les Mis, I remember going to the Oscar lunch. It's a great event. Every nominee is there, and every nominee gets caught up. You do like a class photo. It's really cool. And one person speaks. It was Norman Jewison got up. And he was just so cool, and I've never forgot it. He just said, listen, you're all here, you're nominated, and for the next 6 weeks, you're going to be doing so many interviews, and people are going to say, well, you're here, you got a chance, you haven't got a chance. Like me, you haven't got a chance. He says, that's not the real conversation, but I understand it feels like it. But I can tell you now, from where I'm sitting in my stage of life, as someone who's won them, as someone who's lost them, it doesn't matter. What will matter are the films you're proud of. And he said, and some of them, at the time, maybe nothing. Some of them you'll win an Oscar for, but when you're my age, you may go, it's not my best. So, and I just always thought that. Now, is there a little boy in me who would like to win an Oscar? Of course. I mean, I
it's
don't
our World Series.
Right. Yeah. But I think now, at 57, being part of a movie that I am proud of now, I'm proud of it now.
Yeah.
And hopefully, when I'm, you know, at an Oscars lunch and they ask me to speak, I'll say the same speech. And you know, and who knows what movies then.
Yeah.
But to make stories and do things that move people, that make them grab their family tighter, that make them, you know, embrace life even more, or have the resilience and courage to get through a tough time, that's just magic.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember Kurt, when I lost to Marcia Gay Harden he looked. I was sort of in this interesting thing where everybody was telling me I was going to win, and
really?
everybody, and I was like, I don't like stuff like that, because for me it was like, I also have a hard time when you have all these amazing, like Ellen Bernstein, all these amazing actresses, and then you have people kind of saying, and you're like, this is not what this is about. I guess it is in some way, but really, for me personally, like, I can be very competitive when there's a ball and a net, but I am not competitive in the arts. Like, I just don't, it would be great, but like, I don't see it that way at all. And but I had so many people saying it, and I kept saying, like, stop, don't say that, you know, and you never know. And then I lost, and Kurt kind of leaned, I remember he leaned over and he goes, well, now you can go have your career. And I was like, I thought that was such an interesting thing to say, because it's like, welcome to the whirlwind, welcome to what this is. Now just go be an actress.
Go work.
Yeah, just go to work. And that's how I see it. You know, it's like you take it in. If you do feel humble in it, I think it is humbling. And I know that sounds funny, but I guess for some people it's humbling. For me, it feels humbling to like even be in the conversation. But the work is where it's at for me always, isn't it?
Totally.
Yeah. Well,
and I think of you growing up, seeing one on the mantle.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't.
There
touch
was one
it.
sitting
I wouldn't
there
touch
your
it.
whole life.
And you didn't touch it?
No, I don't want to touch it. No, not till I get one.
Have you not touched it?
No, I can't touch it. No, it's like the Stanley Cup. Like you don't touch the award unless you got the award. That's the one.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
That's awesome.
Yeah, cut to like some picture of me somewhere.
Yeah.
Like totally. Like I must have had
remember
a couple drinks.
Was that the party where Hugh Jackman was there? I don't remember anything.
That wasn't me. That is AI.
What do you think directors see in you? Why do you get cast?
I'm beautiful. No, I don't know. I do as I'm told. No, I don't know. That's not good either. But
do you see a through line in these parts that you play?
Yeah, I do. it's the physicality, and I have my way of expressing myself, which is unique in a way, like everybody's way is unique. But you can say that as an artist, if you see a Picasso and you see another Picasso, you see it's a Picasso, right? So you can see his brush strokes and everything in each painting. But if you see an actor, it's not that obvious because he's just a vessel for the director. But what I hope for is that somehow, I mean, it's probably vain, but somehow my view of humanity and my view of society and shines through.
In what way?
I don't know, and that's why I say it's vain. but
it's an interesting thing to hope for.
Yeah, it is,
because you're playing fictional characters.
Yeah, but it's also different fiction. I play monsters, like evil guys and good guys and so on. But they are made out of my book. They're made out of my vision of the world and of humanity in a way. So if you're really smart, you can probably trace something. You can trace something that is common for all characters have done. I would recognize it, I think, but it's so subtle.
Do you see yourself in all these different characters?
Of course I do. I mean, I see myself. I'm the material. I'm the clay that I shall make a statue out of. But it's and it's all my feelings. This is my real feelings, but in different proportions.
It strikes me, in listening as we were walking yesterday, I was thinking there's a bit of interest in anthropology in all of this. This kind of study of the human being, spirit.
Yeah, it is.
You seem to like that.
Yeah. And it's like humans are constantly surprising, for good and for bad. But it's fascinating.
You said on our walk, you wanted to be careful not to be cast as a bad guy too often.
Yeah.
Do you think you were?
No, I think I managed to get out of that corner. But I saw immediately the danger of it, and I saw it. And when I started out in Hollywood, everybody with an accent was automatically a bad guy, because of xenophobia, and so it was the market that was only the American audience at that time. It was before American films became global, in financially global as well.
You've described doing this film, Sentimental Value, as somewhat meta.
Yeah, well, it's different meta for all of us, but to me, it's not about me, the character, but it's about an artist, and so the complications are the same.
Like what?
In terms of that, you have your art as your profession, and an artist is sort of more than sort of likes his job. He's sort of obsessed by his job, and he is his job in many ways. So it's very hard for an artist to sort of get away from his job and be with the family.
Did you ever find that you had difficulty in balancing family and career?
I sort of made sure that I was at home a lot. From the '89 when I stopped at the Royal Dramatic Theatre, I've been at home 8 months a year, changing diapers and wiping asses, and I've only been in front of the camera 4 months a year. But the thing is that I might have been not so present, or might not have been taking enough interest in my kids from their perspective. I have 8 kids, and you give a little to each one of them, but to some that is not enough. Somebody wants the full attention and stuff. And
it would be hard to give attention to 8 kids.
Yeah, I mean it's hard. I mean it's hard sometimes it's hard to give to one kid when they want to play something that is really boring. But it's you notice that they have different needs, all 8 of them, and some are really needy. And of course, my kids, they're very frank. They can say whatever they want to me. So I get a lot of criticism for being not an attentive father enough.
You do get criticism?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think it's fair?
Well, it's fair in the way that it's their perception of, I don't get enough. But is it fair to say that I don't give enough? I don't think so. So I mean, but you can't be a perfect father always. I mean, you got to accept, and the kids have to accept. I'm flawed. Good luck.
8 kids is a lot. Why stop at 8?
I have had a vasectomy. That's a good reason to stop.
I guess that's a good reason.
Yeah. Well, you could change it back. but
you said enough.
Yeah, but I've had kids in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, in the zeros, and in the 10s. In 5 decades I've had them, and in 5 decades I've been changing diapers. So I think I should wait a little now.
Is it really possible you've done 150 films?
I don't know, but it's 150 entries on IMDb, I think. No.
It's incredible. It's a lot of time spent shooting.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes I had small roles, so it doesn't. I'm not 150 years old. But I'm half that age, actually.
You dance between the more independent, artsy films and the bigger blockbuster, bigger budget studio films.
Yeah.
Tell me about that back and forth between the artsy, independent, and the bigger budget.
First, I mean, it's partly because you want to stay sane, so you have to have to vary your films, and you cannot do the same thing over and over again.
You say stay sane. Is that in the variety, or is that in that you think that the artsy, independent films are where you feel more yourself?
No. It is the variety. I mean, it's like you don't eat pancakes every day. I mean, you got to have a varied diet.
Good Will Hunting, that was big. You described going up for the audition, being carried up in this limousine, meeting Matt and Ben, working on the script. What was it about Good Will Hunting that interested you?
Yeah, it was a good script. It was a good script. It was a small independent film. Nobody knew it would become as big as it was, and we just met. I drew up to Boston and met the boys, and we sort of worked. And we had worked on the lines a little and sort of changed something, and we had a lot of fun, and it was sort of a very fruitful, beautiful session we had there. And then we went out in South Boston and got drunk.
I was interested to read that you don't necessarily watch all of your films when they're done.
And I don't go back to them. I have no. I'm very much a person who lives in the present, and I like that more. I mean, you can't do anything about the past, and your dreams about a future are often more of a joke because they don't come through anyway. So it's like what do you say? If you want to make God laugh, make plans.
If given a big budget action film and a artsy small independent film, is there an obvious choice, one or the other?
No, because the big budget films I've made, most of them has also been very, very good and made by directors who has before the big blockbuster film made very interesting independent films. So I mean, if you work with Denis Villeneuve, for instance, or Fincher, or any of those guys, you're in good hands.
What about your foray into the Marvel universe?
It started very well.
It started well.
Yeah, it started
Did it not
very
end
well.
well?
Well, it became, I don't know. It was Kenneth Branagh was directing the first one, and then it sort of. I had fun doing it, and I loved the relationship I had with Kat Dennings and what's her name? I love her very much. I worked several films with her. It's my brain damage. What is it? Natalie Portman. We had lots of fun together, but eventually I couldn't read the scripts even.
Because you didn't like the writing?
Because I couldn't read it. He's coming in, he's twice as big, he's hitting him in the head, he flies through the air, he drops down on the floor, a car comes crashing through I mean, that was what it was describing of action scenes in a way that is I couldn't read.
And you're reading it or trying to read it and thinking what?
I can't, it doesn't say anything to me.
You mentioned in trying to recall a name, you kind of jokingly said, that's my brain damage.
Yeah.
Tell me about your stroke.
Well, I had a stroke that makes me forget my language, forget words, and that makes me more stupid and makes me less funny and everything.
Do you really feel that? Less funny?
I felt so funny before.
Must be tough.
Yeah, well, I'm 74 years old and I'm alive.
Tell me about going through the stroke.
No, it was nothing.
What do you mean?
It was the face was sort of hanging a bit, and then my son said we should go to the hospital, and that's it.
How much did you worry about yourself, your family, your career?
Well, the first thing I thought was I can't make the second season of Andor and the second installment of Dune.
You were in between shooting those two at the moment.
Yeah. But I realized that I could do it, but I couldn't remember the lines. So we quickly started training that thing with an earpiece.
You wear an earpiece now when you're shooting?
Yeah.
How does the earpiece work?
It's actually more complicated than learning the lines, because the prompter has to say their line while the other actor is talking. So you say you have your line, and on that line I hear fast and neutral my next line coming, and then I can answer in real lifetime, to answer your.
Wow. So as your scene partner, your actor, is talking, you're hearing your line coming up.
Yeah, and then I can answer it.
It's interesting to think of watching Sentimental Value and you having an earpiece in your ear through all that. Not something you're aware of as the audience.
No, of course not.
Do you see a difference in your acting?
No.
You look at yourself before the stroke and after, and you see the same actor.
Yeah.
It must have been scary to go through something like that, period, and then to think, how is this going to affect my career?
I don't know if I was. I wasn't that scared. I mean, I'm not afraid of dying or anything, but of course, I'm afraid of being a vegetable, and sort of get that. My father had a stroke when he was my age, and it got him halfway. He was sitting like this for the rest of his life, and 6 years later he had a second stroke, and it took him.
How much do you think about that?
Not at all.
Really?
I thought about it then, but I mean, it's something I'm fine with. It's and he didn't after the second stroke. He didn't suffer anymore, so it's easy.
How do you think you're a different actor today? What do you think you've learned in these years?
I'm a less technical actor, I think. I think it's. I've learned the technique, so I can throw it away now and be free from it in a way.
And you think you're a different actor because of that, or it's a different performance because of that?
I think so. I mean, it's not that it was bad before, but it's freer and richer.
More intuitive?
Yeah.
You look at yourself when you don't watch back on those films, I guess, so you're not looking back and seeing the difference.
Kind of in the memory.
I mean, it's you, as you think back on your career, what do you think?
I've had fun. I've had a lot of fun. That's what I think.
You've talked about camera fright and said acting is the most frightful job. Doesn't seem frightening to you.
No, but I mean, but the premises are frightening. I mean, you're sort of pretending to be someone else, and people are supposed to pay a lot of money to see it. Come on, it's pretty pretentious, but it's absolutely normal to be frightened when you act, to expose yourself in front of a lot of people, the way you're supposed to expose yourself. So when I had camera fright, I understood it very well. I knew where it came from, and but it is a totally horrible experience. You're so afraid that you lose the text and you lose everything, and you just want to die. You'd rather be dead than being in front of the camera.
When was this happening to you? Very early on?
Yeah, early on. I didn't film for 5 years, and then I did a film school film with low ambition and sort of high ambition but low pressure on, and I sort of found my way back to the film language that I love. But you know, the thing is that now I love the camera, of course. The camera is like another actor to me.
In what way?
It's alive, and it is there. I can feel it moving. I can feel it coming, and I feel that. You know, so you play with your camera as well, especially like a film like this where the cinematographer Hudson. He was doing handheld in a very beautiful way, and with the musicality that is fantastic. So you know that he is a part of the scene, and he's not working against it or he's not disturbing it. He's a part of the scene, and his camera is a living creature that is a part of the scene as well.
As that camera comes around to you, what's the sensation?
I don't know. It's pretty sexual, in a way.
Describe that, or explain that.
Yeah, I love the camera, and it's a lover that is coming to me.
Wow. There's an kind of a thrill.
Yeah.
You're in the right business.
Yeah, I am.
So let's talk about If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. I'm trying to put myself in your shoes when you first read that script. What was your gut reaction when you read that script?
My gut reaction, I still remember like reading the first page and being like, it felt incredibly, what I read really reflected the film you see, in that it's like disorienting. You're like, where am I? What's happening? Who's this character? And it's slowly more information comes in, and so it's compelling. I was like, I was intrigued, and then there was a lot of horror in there too. Like, but then there was very dark comedy. Like I could find places to laugh, and and it touches on sort of more existential kind of ideas in the screenplay. And what struck me also was the symmetry of the screenplay, what is reflected in front of her, what's in her mind, what's not in her mind, but what's in front of her, and how she can't see what's in front of her. So it and the sort of circuitous nature of therapy was very much in the screenplay. So I was sort of, my breath was taken away, and it also read like fire. Like I just sped through it, and several times had to go back to check. Oh, she's a therapist? Hold on a second, these beats that, so it was really like nothing I'd read before. It was very unique. And then I gave it to Bobby, my husband, and he's always my first sounding board. And he was like, oh, she's got something to say, Mary Bronstein, you should talk to her, like, find out what this is.
Did you have a sense, I need to do this?
I did, and I thought, but I was like, oh gosh, where to begin? I was like, this is incredible. And then once I spoke to Mary Bronstein, it's her story, she's spoken about this too, but her daughter was ill for a while, and this is what they went through at a certain point in their life. So that made it even more, kind of to be the avatar for her, to tell part of, her version of this experience. But like any actress, you go, what a gift. Like, how could I not do this? Like, why wouldn't I do this? I just didn't want to mess it up,
Yeah. It's exciting and petrifying at the same time.
All the things, yeah.
Were you able to shake, Linda, at the end of the day?
My adrenaline, forgive me, was very high. So I was just sort of a bit paranoid, like the character, I think, and constantly checking in with Mary. She was my lifeline, my touchstone. And we had the gift, Mary and I, of a rehearsal period of like 5 or 6 weeks where I would just go over to her house and was sat at her kitchen table for 3 days a week, and we just combed through the screenplay from the very first word to and just shared stories. She was very candid with me about her experience. And I had 1,000,001 questions about this character and who was she before? We don't know anything about her, and how I respond to a crisis is very different to how she responds. The character has a lot of hostility. And why, and where is that coming from? Like, why is that her default? And so it was fun. It was very, but that was such a gift. I think without that, I would have been very untethered, because we got to set. We had 25 or 6 days to shoot the film, and it was very fast once we got 2 or 3 takes. So we had all the conversations we needed to have before we got there, and then it became about, right, what's the other act, what's happening in the scene, because you can't make a decision until the other actor is in front of you anyway about what is what's the scene about.
Right. And when I know you shot it so quickly.
Yeah, it was fast. Yes, yeah.
But would you get on the phone with Bobby or see Bobby and he'd be like, "Hey, no, you're not her now. You be Rose."
I'd be like, "Where are you?" I'm pretty good. I'm pretty church and state. I leave it at work. I try to very much leave it at work. I come home. I have little kids, and they're so sort of in the best way in the moment, and they're not somewhat disinterested in your day in the best way. Like they're very grounding, so you're immediately at home and you're back to your role as a parent. And I find that I like that, because then you just are in the moment. But then you lie in bed and you go through it in your head. And this, there was definitely some days that were harder than other. And the anticipation of certain sequences would make me worried. Yeah.
You'd be up thinking about it.
Yeah, the sequence on the beach obviously was a huge sequence and very physical. And when you're dealing with the elements like that, that was very ambitious. But in a way, I think the first day was the hardest, because you're establishing tone, relationship. I was doing a scene with Mary Bronstein, who plays Dr. Spring in the film. The camera was, so that for me was I think the scariest day. I was very, very nervous. Yeah.
And then you got in the groove.
And then I got somewhat in the groove. Yeah. But the adrenaline definitely helped me kind of just carry me through.
We'll come back, but I want to go back and start about your beginnings. You started acting professionally at a fairly young age. Was there ever any thought of another path, or was it always acting?
Yeah, it's funny, when you start that young, there's definitely a moment in your life where you reassess. And for me, that was probably, I was around 18 or 19. I went to university, I went to Sydney University. I did an arts degree. I didn't finish it, but and I think that's when I sort of took stock, and I was like, am I fulfilled? This trying to pursue this pretty hard career. You know, it's like the odds aren't great for an actor, like, of actually making a living. And I did. And I was like, I'm taking stock. I love this. And I started very young, and it's a different thing when you start so young. It's sort of, but that was sort of the point when I was about 18, 19 that I was like, no, I do want to try to do this. And yeah, for me. But I started acting classes when I was 8. Yeah, in Australia, at the Australian Theatre for Young People.
Do you remember that initial feeling that made you say, I need to do this?
I mean, I just loved it. I loved it. It was so fun. I mean, it's fun for any child. It's so imaginative. It builds your confidence. It's like you're with friends. It's play, you know, and that's what, you know, so many children, it's all about. They say with parenting, you know, play is the way to communicate and to be discipline and all that sort of stuff. So, but for me, it was absolutely a joy and creative. And I immediately was like, oh my gosh, this is so fun. And then a casting agent came to one of my acting for the camera classes, and that's how I got on lists and auditioned and got parts. And yeah, so it was.
And it was around that time that you were deciding, yes, I want to do this for real. You were 18, 19.
Yeah, about 18, 19, yeah.
That was when you got Two Hands.
Yes, so I booked a film called Two Hands with a young Heath Ledger. So he was coming off of a TV show in America called Roar, and this very talented filmmaker, Gregor Jordan, had written this very cool screenplay, and Ria had a great eye for casting and knew Heath was his guy, and he came in, and then, yeah, we did this film, Two Hands, with Brian Brown, another wonderful Aussie actor, and then that film kind of took off in Australia, and then we went to Sundance, and yeah, my life really changed, yeah.
It was life-changing?
It really was. I mean, Heath was very instrumental. He would introduce me to casting agents and get me in on the books, and
he kind of shepherded you along.
Yeah, very
as best
supportive.
He
was very generous. Yeah, he had a very generosity of spirit, Heath, and he had a big house where we would all used to congregate, all the Aussies.
Would you sleep on his couch sometimes?
We all would. I mean, my friend Joel Edgerton was there, and Nash Edgerton, his brother, my friend Kit Curry, like all these young actors were out there, and Heath would be off working, and we would often be up at the house. Like this was early days, but that's kind of, I think when you come from far away from Australia and it's a very small population, you hang on to people you meet along the way, and you help each other out, and that film got me to the States and got me an agent, and I got to, start to audition over here. But it was years of going back and forth. I would work in Australia, and then I slowly, and I eventually booked a job. I booked a job over here, when I was about 23, I think. Yeah.
And pretty early on, you were in some big films. I mean, Star Wars.
Blink and you'll miss me. That was I'm a handmaiden. But it is amazing to be just even a tiny microcosmic tiny bit, I'm not talking about it, a tiny little beat in that universe is wild. It is such a religion for people, obviously, that Star Wars world and legacy, and it's so far-reaching, and has captured the imaginations of, I think myself now, having little boys, I understand it better because it just captures your imagination as a little boy and a little girl. But in my case, being the mother of boys, I really see it now and can understand like how it works.
Do your boys think you're extra cool? Because even if you're just in it for a moment.
I think I got a few points, but I'm so quick. I think they're like, "Was that you? Did really?" And then they move on. But it was fun. It was fun.
And then you're in this other huge picture, Troy.
Yes. Yeah.
What are your memories of that?
I remember I was on set in Montreal, and I got a call like, "You got the part," and I had like read with Brad, and he was such a gentleman. And I couldn't believe it. That was a huge deal. Obviously, that was in the days of those big kind of epic period pieces. It was around the time of, like, I think Alexander had been made. It was like obviously based on the Iliad, but it was this huge historical epic filmmaking piece directed by Wolfgang Petersen, which is rare. They don't make them that much these days. So it was very much of a time. And then, I was whisked away to Malta and London and Mexico, and it was a huge budget and production, and I'll never forget it. Yeah, absolutely. Wild experience for coming from sort of indie film in Australia, and
Yeah. And I mean, you're in this very famous scene of Brad taking off his clothes.
I know. Very focused on the scene, tied up, like crying.
Yeah, no one focuses on him anyway. They're watching you.
I realized I was taking my role very seriously, as you should. But everyone's just like, how about the movie star with no clothes on? But it It's played a lot, that movie too. It's always on a loop. It's like it's always on channels. It's a fun film. It's got really good action in it, and it's very dramatic.
Do you stop to watch it if it
No,
comes
oh
around?
God, no, I haven't seen it. I'm a baby. Oh my gosh, I look like I'm like 15 or like really fresh-faced and young, and yeah.
So you had those two. You did Maria Antoinette with
Maria Antoinette, yeah.
Sofia Coppola,
Sophia,
but you
yeah.
really made your mark here in TV.
Yes,
when
I did.
Damages came along.
Absolutely, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What was it like to have that steady gig and such a great gig?
It was incredible. We came out the same year as Mad Men, so it was sort of HBO had set the bar already with like Sopranos and 6 Feet Under, but it was still like Netflix hadn't started, like, you know, House of Cards hadn't come out yet. So it was very much the early days of that renaissance of television before it became, you know, this extraordinary thing we have now where the quality is so huge and movie stars are doing TV, and it was still that just that early sort of renaissance of storytelling on television. And I couldn't believe I got to watch Glenn Close work and be in scenes with her where she would be terrorizing me and, like, you know, creating this character with the creators, with KZK, Todd and Glenn Kessler and Daniel Zellman. They really were collaborative and wanted to come up with this young ingenue between us and figure out who she was and get to see Glenn work. And God, she works so hard too. She's one of our greats. And she works so hard. Her attention to detail is unparalleled, and she's taught me a lot. And we're still very close, and she's been very supportive. But that was a huge turning point for sure, doing that show, and just the hours you clock. It's a very rigorous schedule, and you know, the serialized nature of storytelling. You get an intimacy with your character that I hadn't really had before, and then I got to live in New York, so it was game changing.
After 5 seasons of Damages, did you feel like you were starting to get kind of pigeonholed as a serious actress?
That's a good question. I think I did. I made a very active, attempt to be like, I would love to audition for comedy. I would love to, I think, once you get pigeonholed in one thing of doing a serious, very serious, lawyer who's pursuing justice and, has an earnest quality to her. So I was desperate to try to do something else. Like any actor, I think you're always trying to pivot, and be like, oh, okay, I learned quickly you will get, that's the roles they're going to try to, send to you or audition you for in the future. And how can I change that? So I tried. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Bridesmaids.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
The thing, and I think you've talked about this, but Bridesmaids is huge. The annoying thing that came along with it was this idea like, wow, women can be funny, that kind of undercurrent that went with its success. Did that bother you?
I was very naive. I did not realize we would be getting asked that question 1,000 times. We didn't even talk about it. You never know. You just can't anticipate ever how a project will be received or if it will have a success, obviously. And that film really took off in a way none of us had expected. And then, we were just on constant conversation about that. And I really lent on, on Kristen and Maya and Melissa and Wendy and Ellie, who had come from more traditional comedy backgrounds of how to deal with that. But I remember at one point, I think it was Maya or someone saying, we're not a group of dolphins. I don't know why this is such a big deal. Someone said that at one point on the press tour, and I kind of just lent on them for that because I was a little naive around it. I didn't expect it would be such a point of conversation. Yeah.
Can you remember what was going through your head writing this wave of Bridesmaids?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was really joyful. I'm such a fan of those girls anyway, so it was joyful for me to be part of it. And I think the film is a little bit magic and the stars really lined up. And so it felt like a wild roller coaster, but it was, I think for Kristen would have been, not to speak to her, but, she wrote the film. So for her, I can't imagine how that would have been. But it was joyful and amazing. And we all really got along really well, and that's lovely. And that, that's not always the case. I'm sure you've had a million actors in this chair of like the experience you have doesn't always reflect how the film's received, or rarely does. And for me, it was both. It was a joyful experience shooting it and then having the success of it. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, I was really lucky.
Then you did 2 Neighbors comedies.
Yes, yeah.
And did you have any input as far as making this wife not the nagging wife? She's part of the fun?
Yeah. No, that was a very early on. And I also learnt that really from Paul Feig too, because he's so brilliant with actresses, Paul Feig, the director of Bridesmaids, and also Spy, another, very funny comedy I did with Paul and Melissa McCarthy. And he spoke to that early on of like how women are often pigeonholed in broader comedies as being nagging or they're not fun and all this kind of stuff. And so going into Neighbours, it was very much a conversation I had early on with Nick Stoller and with Seth Rogen about these characters are a pair. They're kind of as ridiculous as one another. They're as like stupid as one another, and she's actively not going to be that, and it's going to be they're a pair and they're actually a happily married couple. And they really love each other, and they're a team, and so that we really lent into that. And again, it was a great, Seth and I immediately had a good sort of chemistry and understood the rhythms of each other's comedy. I guess like I'm sort of more of the straight man in that, but like that's an important role, and setting up jokes for him and him for me. So we immediately had a good understanding, and that's hard. That's a bit like lightning in a bottle, It's like it doesn't always happen.
Why do you think you and Seth click?
I don't know. People ask that. It's an odd thing. I mean, he's Canadian, I'm Australian, we're from the Commonwealth, but we just have an easy rapport like that, which is why we wanted to reunite on Platonic. I was like, how can we work together again? What can we find that is similar but different? And that was a really fun opportunity because it's about a friendship. So something that's not as typically examined, particularly in sort of a television format like that. So, but I was really lucky. Yeah, we immediately had a nice rapport. Yeah.
For you, it's just so interesting, this arc of starting out as the serious actress, wanting to break into comedy, and now here you're getting all this recognition as the serious actress again. It's like a full circle moment, I guess.
I know. I mean, I love performances that have both, that are because the stakes have to be really high in comedy to make it funny, and comedy's so hard because just most comedians are very serious. They're not particularly funny people, and if you're a funny person doesn't mean you're a funny actor. So it's a very strange alchemy of what makes it, I think. So for me with Legs, it's obviously very dark humor in there, but I love that sort of stuff. So whatever that speaks to of my preferences, but I felt there was a lot of opportunity in there to find the beats of her how delusional the character is, and like where those beats could be, have a moment of release for the audience to laugh. Yeah. And
you're right. It's kind of your two worlds combining into one, the serious and the comedic.
A little bit. I mean, yes, it's like, it's what comedy's so hard too. It's very subjective, like what you think's funny, I might not, whereas dramatically, we can all sort of agree what is sad, but I do think Legs rides that fine line of tension and then a release, and then through laughter, and then tension, high tension, and then some relief. So, but that's why it's so scary and fun. That tightrope, trying to ride that tightrope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're all there right with you. When you won the Golden Globe, I know you're a great actress, but you seem genuinely surprised.
I was. Yeah, that was extraordinary. It was oh my gosh, those performances, the actresses in my category. I saw Cynthia Erivo do The Color Purple on Broadway, and it was a religious moment. She's extraordinary, that woman, and all of the women in that category. So, I really was very surprised, and my speech was ridiculous, and I was like totally unprepared.
It was wonderful. It was actually so real, and everybody wanted to know about the bearded dragon.
I know. Oh my God, never in my life will I announce something like that again at an awards show. But I was truly just so shocked, and it was great. My brother was there, George, and he's so grounding, and it was. But those things are heady, and I hadn't been to an event like that for a while, but it was very meaningful. Our film is a small film. We didn't have a big budget for press, and so for it to have reached that far and to get that acknowledgement, really, it's just a reflection of the film to me. The character is the film, and the film is the character. So I feel I just share it with Mary Bronstein. She directed the hell out of this movie.
maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seems like an extreme act of love to skip the Golden Globes and go get a bearded dragon
But
with
that's
your
what
kids.
you do, you know, when you're in, you're just juggling. Like in the film, you know, you're constantly trying to, you know, nourish your home and nourish your work. It's that thing that David Sedaris says, right, of all the burners in your life. Like, this could be going well, relationships, but work is not great, or your health is suffering, or but this is really good. So it's like just trying to keep all the burners alive. And obviously being a parent is your number one, and like, you know, building these little people is obviously the greatest role and challenge and all the things. But yeah, it's like any working parent. You're always trying to, you know, juggle the Animal Expo with the with whatever. I mean, that's a bit extreme, but I always put it in perspective. I think it's my Australian nature, staying grounded.
Do your kids have a sense of what's happening
Yeah,
now?
no, they're really cute. They're totally celebratory. No, they are. It's like a perfect balance of being curious. They have great questions. They're so brilliant, but also a healthy. And then we move on, you know. So I appreciate that, because it's so grounding, because this stuff is consuming, and it's like it's the most grounding sort of force field to have is your family. Yeah, yeah.
Do they understand what an Oscar nomination is?
Yeah, they're cute. No, they're so excited. They're very cute about it, and they're like, I think, yeah, no, of course they do. My elder one, my 10-year-old, is a real cinephile, and he loves movies, so he's got more of a curiosity. But we move on quickly. I try not to like make it all about, you know, and it's good. So it's not a consuming thing in the house. They've got a healthy understanding, but they have they're so in the moment, children, you know, so it keeps you in the moment.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Will everyone be here for the Oscar nomination?
I hope so. Yeah, we'll figure it. It's the juggle of the weekend, but yeah, it's all kind of coming together. What are we, a month out? So I guess I'm day by day piecing it all together. I don't know yet what I'm wearing or what this or that or anything like that, but yeah, it's fun. I went once before. We presented the cast of Bridesmaids in 2012, and Billy Crystal was the host, and it was so magical. You know, it's one of the few shows we got in Australia growing up. Like, we
So
got
you remember
Letterman.
watching it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we got shows, but we didn't get everything, and so it was like we got Letterman and we got the Oscars. So it was the pageantry of it is so fun, and you know, the theatricality. So I'll be enjoying it.
And have a speech.
I know. I'll have a long one. I'm going to write pages, write it ready to go. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
Did you, starting out, or even along this journey, did you dream of getting nominated for an Oscar, winning an Oscar?
I love that question. And of course, there is like a magical quality to it. And of course, you have those imaginative dreams as a little girl watching the show. And of course, you do. And I agree with Jacob Elordi. I think if you don't admit that, then it's not. Of course, you do. It is a part of the kind of part of the fantasy or whatever it may be, and it's like it would come and go and all that sort of stuff, but I think there is an element to it that is absolutely magical, and you're like, oh my gosh, to have got that far is really to remember those feelings and be like, oh my god, that's incredible. Like, that is, it's so wild to get to this position and to enjoy that, because it's like, you know, gosh, what are we here doing? What are we doing here? Like, that's, you know.
Yeah, is there a part of you that's like steps back and goes, whoa, this is all happening?
I think there's a natural inventory where you're like, wow, and you do look back and you sort of reflect a little bit. And I'm 46. I can't imagine being Jacob, who's 27, like so young, or all the young actors who've been, you know, Mikey Madison, like she's so, you know, I can't imagine at such a young age having that. That is very heady and very, so I think for me, I'm grateful that I'm who I am now, and I have a family, and there's a real line in the sand before and after you become a parent. So I think it would be far headier being younger and having this attention. But at my age, I think it's something like I can appreciate and have, and also like have a good and understand the randomness of it too. Like, have a perspective on it that only comes as getting older. So it's like, but by the same token, to just celebrate and enjoy it, you know. So it's both.
And you touched on this, but how did having kids change how you looked at work?
It's just such a line in the sand of before and after, and your priorities just shift. They naturally shift. Of course, you have this little person and you're trying to balance it all. So you're more discerning, you're more, you know, it's way more, I'm married to an actor, so it's like all of those things of like always trying to juggle how do we feed both parts of our life. And sometimes it's really hard, and it's always like, how do you do both? I'm always asking other actor couples, like, how do you do it? And everyone's trying to figure it out and ask each other. But I think it's community. I think it's building your community in your neighborhood and your friends, your family, all the people you lean on to build a community around your family and your children. So, but there is obviously everything shifts once you have children, of your priorities, of what you really want to do and what you really can do, and letting and knowing if something doesn't come your way or doesn't work out, that it's okay, you know. And that's, for me, has been such a grounding force field. Yeah.
Have you said no to more things?
Of course, absolutely. No, things won't work out, or I can't do it, or, you know, for sure. And made mistakes along the way, always making mistakes. Or that didn't work, I should have pushed for this more or that more, or I should have said no, or I should have said yes. I was as imperfect as the next person of trying to figure it out. Yeah.
It's not easy.
No, it's not.
And you just mentioned this, so now I want to ask about it. What's the best part of being married to an actor, and what's the not so good part about being married to an actor?
I'm going to say all positive. I think, you know, it's always that thing. Obviously, I'm an Australian. You know, we're obviously so different. So that's great. That keeps it interesting. And then I think there's a great sounding board and a creative conversation that you can have when you're married to an artist and an actor. And I have such respect for Bobby. He does a lot of theater, so that's always something I lean on him with. And he has great intuition about work and material, and he's always my first port of call for like of what you think, you know, in your gut of stuff. He's very intuitive, and that's so that for me it's been a positive. And I think because we're so different, it still makes it interesting, you know. Like I think that's like any couple, right? There's always one that's always I think that difference keeps it interesting. Yeah.
You're different how?
Well, I'm Australian. He's from various parts, you know. He grew up in Jersey and Florida and Puerto Rico. He's like, and I think that's, you know, he's Italian American. I'm Irish Australian. So you're married to an Italian American, I just discovered. But I think that probably, you know, the similarity of being creative and loving the arts, and like, you know, our favorite thing to do is like go see a play if we can. Like we love doing that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I feel lucky to have that sounding board. Yeah.
And if he would have read If I Had Legs and said, you need to pass.
Yeah.
You think you?
I would absolutely, of course. No, I would be like, let's have a conversation about it. Totally. And like, and also you respect how that person feels, you know, like if you show your friends something and you know, that means a lot and they're sensitive, you're sensitive to that. So there's that part of the conversation too. But yeah, and we have similar tastes, I think, as well. We know what, you know, and Bobby's really funny. He understands comedy. He's really funny. So and I think it's also, you know, what the other person doesn't like, you know, and it's important to have arguments about that too. And like creative conversations. It's like, I think that's and also a healthy part of a creative conversation. Yeah, whether it's with him or with my agent or whoever, like you've got to have that dialogue around it so you can understand different perspectives of why you choose to do a job. Yeah.